what you wanna tell me. Tell me about the time that we felt fate. Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about what will be. Gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend.
Ooh, this that cute, and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live ever, never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fight defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashing the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashing the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashing the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah. What kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah. Ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips, let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Moving forward in the future. Now that we're together. Now that we're moving forward in the future. Now that we're together. Now that we're We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine, feel fine. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living. Like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging. Just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin. Cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison.
Summoners! Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Dear Summoner,
拿下下一个第一。
Ready to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Ready to go wild.
比起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2023 Season 1. My name is Steve. With me is Yang, and we'll be your shoutcast for today. How are you doing?
Absolutely excited for this next batch of games because we have, another batch of APAC teams and also CN conference teams battling it out for the day's schedule. Yesterday, we just came from a lot of surprises, but one thing has been, consistent over the course of ever since the weekend. PH teams so far, doing really well, winning their games not only in a close series, but actually in a 2-0. And later on, we will be seeing at our last series, Fennel versus Weibo Gaming. So this is another chance for Fennel or a PH organization to try and muster out their strength and again showcase that they are really strong. But we have our versus Team Flash, EDG versus OMG, and we're just still on the regular stage. It is a 10-week long group stages, a lot of battles here of every single team against each other. So, and as we always have been explaining over the course of the weekend or days, it is a lot of chances for these teams to demonstrate their strength, also adapt through the other teams, and try to get a couple of points in preparation for the playoffs.
Exactly. So far, we have gotten quite a bit of very interesting games, very good performance. Pretty much all of the teams. May not. Yeah, the regular stage, the RPL kind of team, 8 APAC teams, and we are right in the round robin stage. And at the end of it all, there will be 2 Chinese teams, APAC teams playoff teams. Every match in the regular stage is best of 3. Right now on the explainer. Oh no. Hello. You guys alright. I think that should be fine. Yeah, so anyway, here you guys go. That was the format that we're gonna be going with, and yeah, the side selection game, that is something that is kind of unique to the Wild Rift League Asia, and that is when there is a 1v1 before the actual match starts, and that is pretty hype. We've seen some really cool matches, Teemo on Teemo, Fiora on Fiora, Riven on Rivens, and they're not required to choose the same champion, but it's pretty hype when they do.
Yeah, yesterday we saw a Yasuo versus Riven and Rare Atom versus Naos Esports. We saw a Thunder Talk and also KT versus Cerberus Esports. Pull up in Irelia versus Irelia. So we do see these teams, really showcasing their talent and having to, dominate the scene even in the 1v1 sense. Here are the standings here on the side of the CN Conference. JDG, JT, EDG so far have and Nova Esports, WHG, are so far not having any trouble in their games, and some of which are starting to come back, just like KBG in their match yesterday. And here on the side of the APAC region, we do see our Philippine region teams, NGX and also Naos, sitting at the top alongside with Katie Roser, who yesterday came back in a very fantastic manner against Cerberus Esports. So now we do see Cerberus Esports so far, experience their first defeat after losing to Katie Roser. And here we will see our next matchup. For the first time, we are going to be seeing again INV Esports, Team Flash as well. EDG later will get a chance to, have another great performance after their win against FPX. And OMG, this is the first time we are going to be seeing them again in this tournament. This is going to be their first game. Same goes for Fennel.
Yeah, so this is what you got for lined up for you. What we got lined up for you. APAC teams in the first round. We got Chinese teams in the second round, and finally the China versus APAC regions in the third round of the competition. So I cannot wait, to get it all started, because we are going to be starting with INV, which is one of the premier teams here in the Southeast Asian region in APAC, versus Flash.
Absolutely.
Team Flash.
It is actually going to be an interesting matchup. I would rank them as a very similar or very on par onto each other. Both of them have relatively good experience in the scene. EDG Esports actually a Thailand esports org that was initially a broadcast team. So it is actually quite interesting to see him now being, ever since 2021, having to go into the esports scene. Azriel, Merly, BluffX, Raven, and Rich. BluffX, Raven, and Rich actually came from Alliance, and Rich actually came as well from EVOS Thailand, as well as the Alliance. And Raven has been, one of those people or players that have been securing a lot of achievements alongside with BluffX and Rich. Third in the Snapdragon Pro Series 2022 MSP Open Finals, and third and fourth in the Southeast Asia Esports Championship. This recent tournament, actually, this small tournament that we had just a couple of months ago. And they're also joined in by Azrael and Merly. And this organization has so far had a really strong foundation on the course of the Wild Rift, sitting first in the landing first in the Southeast Asia Icon Series 2021, and just getting more achievements across their time. Saigon Team Flash, however, has more relatively good experience. Not only in this game, they have invested quite a lot. This is a huge organization, definitely so much resources for these talented players. We do see Shai, Tanex, Kuzi, Taddy, and Ellie do fantastic work over the course of career, as they have been quite loyal towards the organization of Team Flash. These young players, some of which has came from MDH, just continue to show their prowess in the game of Wild Rift. Shy, landing, helping out Team Flash, and also securing these achievements. Third, fourth to Icon Global Championship, fourth in the WCAI 2022, and sixth as well in WCAO 2022.
Yeah, a very decorated player here and a very formidable team. So we got some of the best from both Vietnam and Thailand. Notoriously a couple of the most competitive regions here in Southeast Asia. So this is going to be a pretty hype match. I can't wait to see what strategies they bring to the table, what champs they pick.
Absolutely.
Because yesterday we had some crazy stuff come out. We had Katarina in that one game that was it didn't really do well, unfortunately. But KVG, they tried it. Hopefully we do see something cool like that in this match. Just a pick that is so out there that you don't really know how to kind of play against it, and maybe bring an unexpected victory to your team that way. And these teams incredibly creative, very good at execution. So there's a lot to be expected in this first match.
Oh yeah, yesterday we did see the first dominating Jax game coming from KT Rolster, and it was really fascinating to see out of the player Ratel, just winning the first blood and basically becoming that unstoppable champion all throughout the game. And Cerberus Esports had a bit of a hard time coming back in the game and also in the series, as the momentum of KT just swung and became accelerated into a good manner for them. And now as we go into this first series, Invade Esports and Team Flash having to have solid foundation already in the field of Wild Rift, having to change some players here and there to try and have a better groove, as well as achieve more in terms of tournaments. This is going to be a fresh start for both of them as well here in the WRLA 2023 season number 1, given that they will want to finally land a good place against not only the APAC teams, but primarily against the CN Confidence teams. Because most of the time we do see Team Flash and Invade Esports kind of like, they do have a good time. Sometimes they win like 2nd, 3rd place, but they sometimes struggle with landing that top spot. Team Flash landed once in the ROG Invitational Series 2022 and also in the Snapdragon Pro Series 2022. But Invade Esports, the last time we have seen them landing first place was in the Icon Series 2021. And over the course of 2022 and 2023, we see them, competing 2nd, 3rd, 4th, but not really landing at the top. So this might be their chance to, finally show to everyone that, yeah, we can dominate the scene as well. We can defeat all those teams that we have been struggling over the past couple of months or years.
Absolutely. So, while they have been struggling for a little bit, Wild Rift League Asia is kind of a chance for them to, as you say, gain back that momentum, gain back those accolades, and really compete in an environment where, since the global Wild Rift esports have been kind of nullified now, Asia is where you can find the best Wild Rift players now. Well, the most competitive ones at the very least. And that being said, I mean, the competition has definitely stepped up, honestly, from what we saw at the qualifiers today. It has just kind of been, stepped up, really, because from what we saw yesterday and what we've seen last weekend, it has been absolutely insane. So they are live over there in China, and this is the main stage. Very, very cool. I think we might have some interviews later on with the players.
Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of
Well, let's see.
2023 Wild Rift League
These
Asia
are,
1. I'm Olora. Today's first match will be brought by two teams from WRL APAC. On one side is Southeast
we will see them having,
and
I guess, their introduction. I believe yesterday we saw coming in from
who can get the first win of WRL
a Charger.
And now it's time to welcome Bangkok
during
White
the match
Esports and Segal Team
Galaxy, we
Flash
have seen
Esports with
water being drawn by draw. So I'm really curious what they are going to be showing here. Alright.
Mình thấy các bạn invest cũng bình thường, dù cố gắng nhiều hơn nữa cũng không giấu được điều đó đâu.
Words there. Wow.
Oh yeah. There we go. There it is.
Invade Esports, daring to go wild here.
The Team Flash this time. I do love the graphics they produce here. WRL.
Oh, absolutely.
Here we see just this setup here on the side of Invade Esports. We're not yet on the live stage, but they are gonna be attempting to get their way in towards the main stage. Of course, that is the goal. Top 2 from CN Conference and top 2 from APAC region will be able to fly over towards the CN Conference and also, be there facing off the other top 4 teams to compete for that grand finals.
Oh yeah, it is going to be amazing, an amazing opportunity for these APAC teams, because this is pretty much kind of the top level of Wild Rift Esports now, at any level. So being able to fly up, compete in the playoffs against some of the best teams in China, that is going to be the absolute goal for any of these APAC teams. And right now, these two teams, they can make it all the way there. I mean, Invade and Team Flash, they are two of the I would say they're the top 4 right now of the APAC teams. The other two I won't disclose right now, but the power rankings, I think I would put them right there in the top 4, maybe top 5, but definitely they will need to put in the work to be able to get through these group stages in this round robin format and actually make their way to the top 2 spot.
Let's see
in APAC to be flown out to China for the playoffs and for the finals, perhaps.
I mean, this is something that I'm very excited about. Team Flash coming in from Vietnam, and INV Esports coming from Thailand region. They're just gonna be attempting to land their first win, as they will be sending out Asriel versus Shy. Shy is extremely strong in the Baron lane, and also, you know, have been there on the side of Team Flash ever since the very beginning. You know, ever since 2021, the C Champs 2021, just helping out the team alongside Will Ellie, which is here as well, and this will be tandeming with Shy in this tournament. Will it be a Gragas versus Riven? This is gonna be an interesting matchup for Azrael and Shy, if ever.
This is going to be incredibly interesting. I mean, Riven versus Gragas. So Riven, very, very good at 1v1s. Just the way that her skills work, the way that she plays, lends itself to that 1v1 because she is the exiled broken warrior from it's not Demacia, right? It's Nox. She's from Noxus, and she is just insanely good in the 1v1. That's because she's a top laner. But now Gragas in Wild Rift, he's really more of a support, less of a jungler.
There has been a time.
He can be good in a 1v1, but
used in the Baron lane. Especially in the initial 2021, 2022 the meta, Gragas in the Baron has been, you know, a solid pick to with your second skill, with your Drunken Rage, and also you do have your sustain. So I think that's the goal here of Asriel in a sense. Kind of giving us a nostalgic experience in the Baron lane, since we haven't seen this champion actually, you know, be picked up in the BR lane, mostly in the support now.
True. That's what I was saying. He's mostly more of a support right now, but we are going to be going into the 1 versus 1 here, and whoever wins after 2 kills or in sudden death will get the advantage of choosing the size for their team. So Azrael, he does have a pretty clear-cut advantage here, where Gragas has some, you know, ranged poking. Shy really doesn't have any of that because he is Riven, so he has to go all in all the time. Oh, body slam already. Level 1 for Azrael, but he did come out on the losing side of that trade, unfortunately.
Yep, but it does have sustain. That is the thing on the Gragas. Your passive allows you to heal back up a little bit, though Shy keeps on, you know, just poking him out with the broken wings. You are able to just win these short trades and go in and out as quickly and efficiently as possible. Azrael will be looking to hit himself every time his passive is up, though the body slam is helping out, and the disengage Shy just continues to go in and out.
Yeah, so the thing about this, I think, is when they do hit 5, when they get their ultimates, Shy cannot play near Azrael's tower, because if he tries to engage her, he gets body slammed into the explosive cask, and then he starts taking tower damage. So Azrael, he can play this incredibly smart, and look at that shield. Oh my god, he's actually already going for it. There's the ignite on both of them, and 1 kill goes over to Shy. He survived with a sliver of health. Azrael is gonna fall. That is 1 out of 2 kills that he needs.
We see kind of the expression there of Asriel as he did die, and I think he wished that Shy would die with the help of the minions, but unfortunately that's not the case. We do see the Cinder being picked up here by Asriel, and an almost Black Cleaver by Shy. Finally, we do see a view on the items. This is very refreshing. Thank you to the production team. And well, that is already
That is
one
pretty
kill
cool.
by Shy. Only one more to go, and they will have the side selection.
Yeah, Shy definitely a big advantage here. Level 4 got more combat efficiency now, and he is just utilizing and leveraging that combat efficiency to absolutely style on Asriel right now. Look at that, half health already on this Gragas, and Shy gets the healing font well. So Asriel definitely on the back foot, has to be incredibly precise here, but he's just getting absolutely dunked on. The Ignite has gone on to both of them. So no huge commitment here, but Shy has to be careful still, because if he engages at the wrong time, Asriel can definitely just go for something. But there it is, there's the ultimate. Oh my god, so clean, so good, and you can see Asriel's reaction there. Oh my
Asriel was
lord.
like, oh, I did not expect that. Oh shucks. All right.
Got level
Shy
5 in the
was
bush.
just calm all throughout.
Got level
Was
5
like
in the bush.
absolutely-
Popped ultimate.
Yeah.
Immediately went for it. Immediately went for the broken wings into a wind slash. Absolutely beautiful play. And if you blinked, you might have missed it.
Insane movements. And unfortunately, Asriel did not expect that happening. So that will give Team Flash the side selection priority over the course of this series. And we have seen Shy as well just be having that poker face all throughout the game. No expression, even if he gets a kill. No reaction at all. It's basically game face all throughout that fight for side. And now, I think that Flash actually picks up red side in this game number 1, having to give the first pick priority to Invade Esports and just settle with having 2 champions to pick up after they get a bit of information onto Invade.
Alright, that is there we go. That is much better. Sorry guys, just had to sort out a technical hiccup right there. But yeah, with that win, Team Flash is going to be picking red side for their first game.
Yep, red side. After Shy has won the fight for side against Asriel, so they might actually be able to maybe try to ban out. I think the meta has been kind of established already by the CN and APAC conference teams. So we do see sometimes the Camille being left wide open, sometimes the Zoe as well. I think one of the consistent bans that has been, played out here by the APAC region teams is the Senna and also the Aatrox. And
that's true.
It has been kind of like an adaptation on the other picks. Instead, sometimes you do see a preference on the Jax, sometimes you do see it a little bit on the Renekton as well. Personally, I would prefer having having some priority more on the Renekton, especially with the team fighting prowess and the lane bullying capability of this particular champion. But hey, if KT is able to finally beat the kind of negative trend on the Jax, then that is a good sign already for all those teams who love using this champion.
I agree. I 100% agree. The Jax though, he has been utilized incredibly well just once. It's just that the threat of a Jax, right? Threat of a Jax being incredibly fed leads to teams kind of giving up their priorities sometimes in some situations just because they want to keep that Jax behind. So they try to focus on that Jax, and when he does get a kill, they kind of snail, they kind of turtle in and try to correct that by just kind of letting the Jax roam free in the top lane, honestly, because they don't want to deal with him almost. So it's going to be very interesting to see how if a Jax is picked, they try to shut it down, or whichever team tries to shut it down. But right now, big bans coming in. The Shen, finally a huge priority ban here for the Chinese teams, but APAC has not really cottoned on to it. He is really good in teams where you have a huge front line like a Jax, so taking that out will disable some assassin picks as well. So Wukong, Fiora being banned out too. Aatrox, Camille, and
Senna
Yumi.
available?
Yeah, Senna's available. Gwen's available. Renekton and Jax are available as well. Ashe too, because some APAC teams or some C teams really like having that Ashe.
Primarily the PH region teams, you know.
Yeah,
we have seen in both the games of Nigma Galaxy and also Naos. Given that Zoe is available, Invade Esports will have no hesitation on it. Though the Senna and the Senna is also up here for the taking of Team Flash. They will hover the Jace for the meantime. Possibly a support as well. Gragas would suit really well. Invade Esports this time will have the chance to maybe pick up the Senna if they do want to. But having, you know, the Zoe already normally would be going towards the Dragon lane. It's very seldom that we do see the Zoe being used in the mid lane. Only a couple of teams is actually able to, you know, have that into play.
That's true, but right now, that set of 78, almost 100% for Zoe. Okay, so Jax, I was just talking about the Jax earlier and how he forces some teams to kind of adapt around him, around getting him behind. That's going to be the challenge here for Team Flash. With the Nautilus as well, it's going to be difficult to get in on that Jax during team fights and try to set him up, disable him, so they do have to kind of rely on getting that pick off. Although, if they put that Jax up against the Riven in the top lane, Shy could gap Azriel there, as we saw him, you know, absolutely outskill in the 1v1 in the solo game earlier on Howling Abyss. His Riven incredibly clean.
I mean, it's going to be really an aggressive lineup here that Team Flash is actually building. Having the Jace, the Gragas, and the Riven suits them really well, especially after the performance of Shy on this champion Riven. Definitely he would be looking into making it have a bigger impact this time on the series, or at least on this game number 1. Anyway, Esports, yeah, they do have the damage already with the Zoe. Some damage as well on the dueling power, especially if the Jax is able to scale right up. But in terms of success, we haven't seen that much on this particular champion. So I'm still gonna put my tab on this for a little bit. Some aggressive champions had been taken away on the side of Team Flash. Akali and Vi as well. They would love to take it away, especially that they can be contested a little bit on the side, especially with the Vi being open and Akali just becoming a bit of a difficult champion to deal with in the late game. And Invade Esports, they have taken away some of the choices that can be used here by Taddy, particularly the Ziggs and the Senna, though the Karma is still up if ever they want to go on that route. Maybe the Varus as well, but they are hovering the Yone for the meantime, which is really nice coming in from Team Flash. This is classic Team Flash. Very aggressive lineup, very aggressive playstyle.
Absolutely. I mean, look at how much damage they have on their side. Yeah, you got Yone, you got Jace, you got Riven. Once you get into a team fight, it's going to be absolute insanity if Invade is not able to keep them at bay, because look, you also have a Gragas for disruption, right? You have that explosive barrel to take positioning away from your opponent, or force them into difficult positions. This Zed from BluffX, we didn't really see a Zed kind of pop off yet. Yesterday we did see a Zed. It did not go all too well. So I'm kind of iffy on this one. You already have a Jax, so you're going to be attracting attention towards the top lane, and if you get gapped in the mid lane with the Zed, it's going to be very difficult for Invade Esports to actually come back. They're going to have to rely on the sleepy trouble bubbles from Raven, or insane ganks from Merle. So I think it remains to be seen how Invade is going to deal with this, especially with the Karma Gragas as well for Team Flash. That is a lot of team-wide utility there for Team Flash.
I think the intention here of Invade Esports is to match the aggressive playstyle of Team Flash in the early game. Having the Lee Sin alongside with Zed would help them have a massive chance in beating that they are going to be having. So that can translate into influence towards Baron lane and even in the Dragon lane, as we do see Rich just always being there in synergy with Bluff X in most of the time. And with Merly being on this champion Lee Sin, I think that can spell out a good early game for them if ever they get a good shutdown onto Shy and Tanex. I think Shy is going to be a pivotal champion here, or pivotal player in this particular game. His Riven performance in the fight for side has been phenomenal. Is going to translate that into this game number 1.
Yeah, so with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself for the first game of the day. Summoners, we are now on the rift between Invade Esports and Team Flash. BluffX and Kuzi gonna be in the mid lane. We'll be focusing on them for this. Kuzi getting an early deep ward in on those raptors, so he's going to know how the rotations are. That's gonna be vital information for Team Flash.
You know, just Team Flash starting some early game priority as well as Invade Esports. I like how they are starting on red side right now, so we might actually meet on a little bit late as intended. Our supports just having a bit of a supporter battle actually ever since the start of the game, as they met in the top side of the game. Taking their way towards top side though. Kuzi,
he's actually gonna get engaged on. He got Dredge Slide. He had to pop the exhaust there. Ellie, he just walked on through the lane, and Rich was like, "All right, you're gonna walk on. You're gonna try to get ahead of me. No, I'm just gonna engage on the mid laner here, force you to come back. You're wasting time." And that's exactly what happened. Asriel now in the top lane. He may have a really good chance here against Shy because he did take a tower shot, but Shy, that was a huge mistake. Taking that tower shot now has to back out. Has to get that healing on the Honey Fruit.
Merly's here
as well. Merly, though, he lands Sonic Wave, he gets body slapped out of it. Kuzi and Thanex, they're not going to follow up super hard. Nobody's got ultimate yet, but ooh, good slash there from Kuzi. Almost hit that accelerated shock blast as well by Thanex. Alright, so here's a gang coming in. Ellie, he gets a body slam, and Asriel does get away thanks to the counter strike. They weren't able to auto attack him. But that X, he's gonna be coming in soon. Rich is there to ward, and they're gonna be going for a big dive here. Looks like they're gonna bully Asriel. He goes for the counter strike pretty early. Ellie is the one who's stacking the tower, but that is it. First blood there comes in for Team Flash, and incredibly clean. They get away, they juggle the tower aggro, and they take Asriel's life, gapping that Jax, and Rich almost died there as well. But meanwhile in bot lane, Raven here gets damage on to, but Taddy, he just popped the exhaust, said don't want to die here, and said no to Raven. Let's take a look at that dive once again.
Yep, it was perfectly it was a nice setup actually by Team Flash. Asriel was very low. They popped in the just waited till the best possible moment to engage. It was a nice stalling time by Rich, but ultimately so Team Flash was just ready for the counterplay. They managed to enter and exit very cleanly, getting a kill and no trading off any casualties.
Yeah, so now this means that Asriel, he can't be all too aggressive. He's you know, a gap Jax is not super dangerous, but you still have to be pretty aware of him, especially since, you know, Asriel's still an incredibly skilled player, and now it's a 2 versus 2 on the top side. So Invade, they do have to kind of give him some assistance there in the top lane, and that's going to take away from the rest of the map. So meaning that the jungler from Team Flash is going to have a better time ganking. However, speaking of ganking, Millie was there. It's going to be a 2 versus 2. Explosive fast comes out, knocks Asriel back, but he knocked him right back into Ellie's face. And Asriel did get that kill. Wind Slash will not be enough. And Shy is trying his best. He got the stun, he got the kill, and he, guess what? He turns it around. Maybe getting another one onto Rich. That Nautilus doesn't have a lot of damage, but Shy is not going to be greedy. Just goes for one. Panics is there to go for the assist. They're gonna dive here. The accelerated shock blast, it lands and it goes to the skies, knocks him back, and that's the kill for the Jace. Bluffx a little bit late on the follow-up, and that is Team Flash leading the charge. They already have 3 kills to 2 of Invade Ellie. He's just gonna kind of intimidate Bluffx and Azriel there, but that does mean that all of the map control basically is on the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, Team Flash being very proactive actually on their plays. Here's the replay of what happened in bottom lane. You know, that was a little bit unfortunate there for Taddy. Getting hit by all the abilities there by both Merly and Raven. But on the top side, you know, we have seen Team Flash getting a pick off once more and just having to confuse Invade Esports. I mean, we do see Rich to be that person to hold out a single person here on the side of Team Flash. But because of the mobility here and how active Team Flash has been, they're able to counterplay most of the time. The gank coming in from Tan X, Shy actually, you know, getting an outplay in a 2v1 sense, just starts to become a problem here for Invade Esports. Ellie as well has just been, you know, irritating being that bodyguard actually here of Team Flash, Invade Esports.
I mean, irritating is a little bit of an understatement here, my man. Because right now, Team Flash, they are going to be starting the Herald, and what can Invade really do about this? They are not really and Raven around the middle lane, the Jack and Azriel coming from the bottom, but they've already almost early, and they are juggling this absolutely beautifully. Now Azriel tried to engage, he didn't get the counter strike on, but Bluffx goes for the shadows. Will he get a kill? Yes, he will. Onto the Karma, but now Uzi is there. He's got a lot of damage. Raven, he's gonna be popping right back out there, and he does get the sleep. He won't be able to get the flash. He gets that kill, and Shy, yes, in the back line, he gets another one onto Nautilus. That is Team Flash coming out ahead. That was a 3-for-2, or 3-for-1, I believe even.
And that was fascinating. 3-for-2 plus a repel taken here by Team Flash, and look how they actually were able to stop the engages coming in from Azriel himself. You know, the Yonic, Kuzi, just having that face shield locked in on both engagers on the side of Invade Esports, and that just posed a big counter play here against this blue side team. On the bottom side, there is an engage. Kuzi actually goes back in.
The Sonic Wave almost hit him. Ellie almost hit with that body slam as well. So Kuzi just escaping with his life intact, but just barely. Now getting caught out here is Jsanix in the middle lane. He's going to get auto attack, but that's not enough, even with the flash from the Zoe to get the kill. And Team Flash, they hold on to the gold lead for a little bit longer.
Increasing it by a small margin as well. 3.3 thousand gold lead at 7 minutes into the game. Infinity Esports are still just scaling. I mean, we do still have the Jax for Azriel and also Raven on this Zoe. And they will deal massive damage later on. I think the only problem that they are experiencing on the side of Team Flash is just their explosive early game. I mean, we have anticipated this already given the draft they had in the pick and bans. And with Shy actually and Tanex having a good synergy over the course of these 7 minutes, they're having a really stable push in the top lane. Shy right now is being ganked, but I think it's gonna be okay given how big of a lead he already has against Azriel.
Yeah, it's gonna be completely fine here. The Dragon's going to be taken very quickly and very freely by Team Flash. Once again, they are the ones in the driver's seat right now. And Invade, they really can't do all too much. Bluffx, he did get killed, but now he's gonna get engaged onto by the Yone Kuze. He is going to, teleport back. Won't be having that, and he wasn't even able to do all too much damage to Kuzi. Team Flash really solidifying their lead here.
Interesting gank as well, Merly, we have seen him making a lot of attempts, ganking on the silent, especially trying to shut down Kuzi, but we haven't seen him, materialize those plans into play just yet. Azriel as well on the 1-3-2 scoreline isn't sitting quite nicely in this 8 9-minute mark. Constantly being zoned away by Shy, constantly being ganked by Tanex, and Ellie is putting this Jax into the the passenger seat for at least this early game, and maybe we will find some good plays coming in from INV Esports later on. Rich actually almost landing that red line. Nice kick coming in from Burley.
Huge. Yeah, but he went into stasis, so they're not going to be able to get the kill onto the Gragas. That is, once again, Bluff X is going to get dove here by Kuzi and Tanex, and now he is trying to dance around for his life. Unfortunately, they were not able to actually make that dive happen.
Yeah. Fascinating moves there coming in from Bluff X to negate that gap from Team Flash. Shy right now getting beaten up a little bit, but pops in the wind slash, damage a little bit here onto Azrael, but
Shy!
Rich! Ooh!
He's out.
Almost.
He's out. They committed so much to that. They committed so much to that, but now the Rift Herald is getting baited. Will Invade commit to this? I think they will, because Team Flash, they are a little bit slow on the uptake.
No steal.
Yeah, absolutely no steal. They will be getting that for free. And now they engage back on Team Flash. Tanex is incredibly low, and the kill has gone over. It was the Zed, the Shuriken grabbed it. Oh my god, the Fate has been sealed, and the Lee Sin has been killed. Rich does get back away.
The Kuzi traded his life for it. It was still an interesting turn of events. Team Flash has gotten a kill. INV Esports has gotten 2, plus a Rift Herald. After that incredible feat that Merly has gotten there, just helping out Team Spirit and negating Tanex's intention to steal it away. And given the damage actually Raven is doing alongside with Azrael in that fight, they were able to actually land a couple of blows, especially with the flank coming in from Bluff X. It was an interesting counterplay that Kuzi has gotten towards Merly, but it exchanges his life just for it, so it was quite unfortunate here for Team Flash.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky rubber ducky there for Team Flash, but they are still pretty ahead. 2,000 gold ahead. That is not a huge amount, because they can still get stolen from here by Invade if they do decide to go for something pretty big, like another Baron Heraldic, but a Drake fight could be on the cards here for either team. But they are moving over towards that top side. Team Flash kind of invading the jungle. Let's see what if Invade wants to contest this, because I don't think that would be a good idea. Unfortunately, as Shy, he is getting style on by the Jax. Azrael, he now has the damage that he needs after that series of events. And the item that he's got, Bluff X, he's going to try to go for the assassination. Kuzi and Tanex know that he's there. Or do they know he's there? He's going to be coming in with the rest of the team. That's going to be a 3v3 under the turret. This is not looking too good for Team Flash. Kuzi is down. LA and Tanex have to get out of there. They have to retreat as Raven is on the chase. And it is the Gragas who's going to be paying for it with his life. Ellie, what can he really do here? He's getting slowed down. Oh, the chase comes in! And he actually defends successfully, but he will be paying for it with his life as well. Taddy, now he doesn't want to have any part of this. And suddenly, the kill score is even. And Team Flash, they just kind of threw this lead away.
Yeah, and INV Esports continue to punish her overextension. Team Flash, they wanted to go in the top lane. It was a nice position as well by Bluff X. Kuzi wanted to chase him down, but the other members of INV Esports were already there to punish that engage, and Team Flash just got too deep into the mix. Now going to be on equal grounds against INV Esports. It was a nice attempt on the Fate Seal, but after that, it's a bit of an oopsie already. He went on too deep. Tanex as well was chased down. There's another fight.
Yep, another fight coming in, and it is just going to be a dragon fight. Already going to it, and look at this. Shy is already low. He has to get out of this fight. Unfortunate for him, but on the other hand, everybody else is going to be on that dragon right now. Oh, Invade though, looking to go for the mid lane instead, and they got a kill onto Kuzi. Unfortunately, Kuzi was not there. Was not in the right position for that fight. And Shy, he's gonna get aggressed on. The Zed gets the ult, and will he go down? Yes, he will. Shy is not Shy anymore. Unfortunately, this is the win slash not. Okay, now Invade is on the back foot though. Asriel and Raven, they're incredibly low. Bluff X this time going to get supported by Rich, and Rich does keep them away. Keep the Team Flash at bay, but he's the only one who can actually fight here now in the Dragon Pit, and he will just go in. The teleport is there. Elia Thaddex on the back foot. They have to exit here. Asriel, he is incredibly scary, even though he was kind of denied in the early phases of the game. He's like, I am the Jax that is you should be scared of. That is on the enemy team, basically. You know, the enemy team Jax versus your team's Jax, basically. He's the enemy team's Jax.
And Team Flash are starting to show some signs of struggle here against INV Esports, especially with Asriel being a big problem now. Big problem though as a Flash
big problem. Asriel, he has to get out of there. He is incredibly low. He has popped his ultimate and he will get taken down. But is this too much for Team Flash? No. They still get the catch onto Rich, maybe with explosive catch, but Shy on the back line. He's going to be aggressing onto Merly and Raven, keeping it in a 1 versus 2. And now low, but so is Invade. Shy still on Raven and Rich. It's going to be Team Flash cleaning it up here with Shy just playing distraction for all of them, and it's going to be an ace almost, as Rich is the last man standing. 4-for-1, I believe it was, and the Dragon, and now they're going to go for the Baron take.
It was really important that Team Flash managed to spot Asriel out quite early in that fight, as he wanted to flank from behind. What he did not expect is everyone turning against him and just investing almost every single ability just to take him down quite early into the fight. Even Shy just went from the Dragon Pit to get him taken out. And with the 4v5 setting, Team Flash just want to get more pickles one at a time. They funneled onto the members of INV Esports, even got Dragon as well. Props to Bluff X attempting to burst out Daddy, but the damage was enough. Everyone is there to back him up, and it was punishment after punishment by Team Flash against INV Esports that they completely swung the tides around towards their favor now. 6,000 or 5,000 gold lead at 16 minutes, plus the objectives taken by them, and now a Baron as well.
Yeah, and that does accelerate Team Flash's victory here.
Oh my
god, that was huge! Rich, now he has to get out of there. He is gonna die. Bluff X may be the next to go as the Ignite starts ticking. He does not die, but that is Team Flash with a huge advantage now. They just got that kill, they got the tower, and everything is going in Team Flash's favor at the moment.
Yeah, they're pushing down mid lane. Shy as well pushing into the bottom lane. Both inhibitors will be down in a short while as Ellie is zoning every single member of INV Esports away. They cannot simply do anything to resist the forces here of Team Flash.
Inhibitor going down.
And the game.
Yeah, I don't see why they won't, because they're already at the Nexus. Ellie, Thaddy, Uzi, everybody is there, and the Nexus is it is falling. I wish I could see it. And it is going to be the first game for Team Flash. What a dominating performance. They made some missteps there, but by and large, they were still able to come back after that. And because the Zed and the Jax were not as effective as they would have liked, Invade has to go back to the drawing board for the next one.
I think one of the biggest factors there is, again, the Team Flash theoretically still having a good groove, especially in their early game prowess. We did see the intention of INV Esports to come back in that particular game, especially when Asriel was starting to pop off and scale up in the mid game. Particularly in the 12-minute mark, we even see him, winning against Shy in the side lane, in the bottom lane, as he wanted to split push onto that tier 2 tower. But the most difficult part that actually allowed Team Flash to win the game and turn the tides around again towards their favor is that dragon fight that occurred in that last part. Asriel wanted to flank from the side. Everyone turned into him. It became a messy team fight for INV Esports because their composition strives on getting small pickouts one by one, since they do have the Zoe, they have the Jack, they have a Zed, Lee Sin, and the Nautilus. This draft wants to take opponents one at a time, not everything at once. And since Team Flash was going at them all at once, it became a big problem for them. The goalie just swung right over towards Team Flash. They got the Baron and just went for that final push. Particularly since INV Esports cannot contest them anymore and resist their pushing in mid and bottom.
Yeah, and now Invade, they did make some mistakes, but overall, they were on the route for a comeback. Unfortunately, it was just Team Flash that was they were a little bit more prepared, and their composition I think was a little bit more solid, I would say, than Invade at the time. So very deserved win here from Team Flash, and definitely they out macro there. They out what's the word? They out map movemented Invade Esports. So it's gonna be interesting to see how Invade Esports actually tries to this game.
Yep, I mean, there is still some signs of light here on the side of Invade Esports. I think they might just need to pick up maybe a different, either switch their Baron laner champion to a much more aggressive one, possibly a Renekton, since it is available for this particular game. It's kind of unfortunate that they went on the scaling side instead of early game dominance. I think it could have had a bit more synergy with the Lee Sin and Zed. But I think that they still have a chance. I mean, second game, Invade Esports, it was actually a close game, especially as they managed to tie up the gold in that 15 or 14-minute mark. It's just that they lost that last fight that led to Saigon Team Flash winning in this game number 1. And I think one of the biggest contributors as well is Shy, just having a massive amount of lead almost all throughout, and whenever he actually dives alongside with Kuzi, because Kuzi goes in with a Fate Shield, always, zero hesitation. Sometimes it's a 50-50, sometimes actually it doesn't go out well, but when it does, it gives Team Flash that opportunity to just funnel right over. Everyone goes in, throw in their damage, and kill everybody in their path.
Absolutely. So with that kind of team fight setup, it wasn't conducive to the game plan there of Invade Esports, because they kind of did want to distract with the Jax, going for the split push. That just wasn't in the cards for them. They had to resort to looking for team fights or responding to these fights that were being set up by Team Flash. So I don't know if Jax and Zed were the right combination here, but definitely they can fix that in the next pick and ban phase, because I think the game plan from Team Flash was just a little bit too solid, and they were able to execute it much better than at the time.
I think having Leone being handed over towards Kuzi was a big factor as well, because it was very stable in the mid lane. We haven't seen Bluffex pop off almost in the entirety of the game, and that says a lot given Invade Esports wanting to be aggressive as well in the early game. Merely picked up the Lee Sin, they picked up the Nautilus, but we haven't seen them, getting the pick offs. Most of the time, we do see them just reacting towards the plays of Team Flash, which was, I mean, it's nice to react to them. Sometimes they actually counterplay them, but I think more proactivity, more aggressiveness would actually suit better for them, instead of just waiting for Team Flash to make a move and just counter it right in. I think they are very much capable of making plays of their own instead of traps against Team Flash. Speaking of which, TanX is going to be the MVP of this match. Not only did he create massive damage all throughout the game, was also very consistent in the objective. I think he only missed one on the RH a while ago, but anything else was very smooth.
Absolutely. I mean, even the Rift Herald that he did miss, it was just incredibly contested by Invade, and they got there first. So with that being said, I mean, TanX definitely showing how much pressure a good jungler can bring to the situation, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to combat him in the next game. So hopefully Invade can find a route to get out of there. But speaking of the next game, we will be getting there after a very short break. See you then.
Give it to me now. Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There you are. We are now going to be getting into game number 2 here of Invade Esports versus Team Flash. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Guillaume. We'll be your shoutcasters for this match. And we did see Team Flash absolutely destroy Invade in the last one. So let's see how they, how Invade can respond to that. Let's take a look at the picks and bans.
Well, I'm not gonna say destroy completely. I mean, we did see some resistance on the side of Invade Esports. It's just that one fight that was quite disastrous, I would say, that allowed Team Flash to finally hammer that one nail into the coffin and now post them in a match point in this series. Yeah. They are gonna be switching sides as Team Flash now has first pick priority, still prioritizing this Gragas for Ellie.
Yep, and they will, or Invade will respond with the Fiora pick. Let's see who they get for the second one, because the Gragas for Ellie was pretty key in Team Flash's initial win, because he was just kind of a tag that did so much disruption for Team Flash. It was just a little bit difficult. Oh, a Senna coming through though.
Zoe is still available if ever Team Flash actually wants. Okay, now it does make more sense. They will secure the ribbon for Shy as well. Again, Taddy will have an opportunity to throw in those panel stars onto the members of Invade Esports, but they have to be very cautious because the sustain and durability of Invade Esports is going to be much more massive. Having to pick up the Senna, having to get this Galio as well. Azrael on the Fiora will have another chance to prove himself in the Baron lane, but it would be a little bit challenging as he is going against Shy with the Riven. So even with just the Ignite, Riven can actually win against this Fiora. He has to be extremely careful if he wants to win or help out this team win this game number 2 and push this to a game number 3. Also, some damage is still lacking here on the side of Invade Esports, particularly for their early game. I think if they want to maybe add in a little bit of a safety here for the side, maybe pick up a Vi for Invade Esports, also deny it from Team Flash, because maybe they will pick it up if given the chance to, given that they have the Riven and the Zoe as well, to maybe looking for pickups.
Yeah, And we will be seeing the Galio coming out as well. Really good picks here for Invade. The Senna, I think, is going to enable them quite a lot. But the Gwen ban, the Ione ban, a little bit of respect coming in here onto Kuzi, because his Ione was pretty good in the last match. The Zed and Akali bans, though, they know that BluffX likes to play those assassins, and they're going to deny that from him because, you know, while he didn't do all too much in the last game, he's still a very talented
flashy
assassin player. Exactly. But so far, Team Flash, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They still have the same picks, basically, that they had in the last match.
Interestingly, they will hover this Cork. If they do secure it, well, it will allow them to have a bit more magic damage. Give it passive here of the Scorky. Late game scaling as well is going to be much more prominent on the side of Invade Esports. But the same problem remains. You know, early game aggression of Team Flash is still going to be a big problem, and they need to find a way to keep themselves safely farming for at least for the first 15 minutes. Maybe first 12 minutes would suffice. But given this lineup right now being a little more buffed up with aggression, having to secure the Kazakhs, and now we are even seeing a possible Lucian in the mid lane, Team Flash is just going all in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash, they want the damage. They want to finish it quickly, and that's what they're signaling with their picks. Invade Esports, they do have that Corky, so they want the scaling. But this is not the game plan that Team Flash wants. They say, you know what? We don't want to compete with scaling. We're going to be going for, you know, just early game aggression, pretty much. And that's what they're, yeah, even with the Lee Sin, that's not going to be enough, I don't think, for Invade to counter all of this aggression from Team Flash if they're not able to head off the Kazakhs early.
Absolutely. I mean, it can be quite challenging, but it's still a nice matchup against the Kazakhs. I think Merly will have a bit of an impact here in this early game. Big responsibility, of course, to protect you know, the side lanes, and also provide that safety net for Raven and Rich as they do try to scale up in the early game. He will be going alongside with Raven, and most of the time, you know, trying to get some vision across the board, across the map, and also trying to see where Team Flash is gonna path, because they're gonna be looking for plays, they're gonna be looking for fights surely in this entirety of the game, since they do have a bit of an expiry in their scaling. Because let's be honest, this draft of Invade Esports is gonna be very scary in the late game, and Team Flash will definitely have a hard time when the 15-minute mark or 20-minute mark actually becomes online, and they need to dominate early game. If they don't, It's gonna be disastrous.
And that's why they have the Kazakhs. I mean, if they're not gonna dominate early game, why would you pick that champion? I think it's going to be up to the Lee Sin here to try to deny that Kazakhs quite a bit. So let's see. BluffX already taking quite a lot of damage there from Kuzi. It's going to be 280s in the mid lane here. And yeah, right off the bat, we can see that Kuzi, he's not afraid to be, you know, scrapping early on versus this Corky.
Nothing to be afraid of in the early game for the meantime. Actually, Tari took a bit of damage there from the post coming from Rich and Raven. They're starting with Death Rush as Ellie. Well, he is quite tanky, but that's still a bit irritating to see, and quite proactive actually on the side of Invade Esports. The only thing they need to take care of is the Corky, for sure, and also maybe Azrael as well. But so far, he is doing a really good job, you know, poking out Shy, putting him into 60% HP, even able to dodge some of the damage that Shy is throwing at him. And this guy has been very stable, even in the game number 1, despite, you know, struggling a bit, was actually able to hold his spot for quite a while.
Yeah, and now Raven has spotted out Ellie. They know that that Merly is in the mix. He's in range there. He's in the he's near the mid lane, so they don't really want to do anything too aggressive both of these teams. Unfortunately, that is kind of against Team Flash's win condition. They need to be aggressive early game. Otherwise, they're going to have a bad time coming into the scaling part of the game.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, that is a pretty good catch almost. But Ellie is just there, keeping Shy safe. And ooh, Shy though, he is risking it for the biscuit right now.
Yeah, Raven is getting a lot of stacks. I'm really looking at into this center. And just overall Raven helping out the team and being extra aggressive. Actually, this is a good sign coming from INV Esports, and also like quite alarming other side of Team Flash. Yeah, they are trying to reach level 5 first, and we're still just halfway through the first objective timers. But having to see Azrael being very comfortable in the top lane, and also BluffX not having any threat at all coming from ganks from TanX and Ellie is quite surprising and might be detrimental on the side of Team Flash. Maybe some plays might be important here. Merly though will connect.
Ooh, that is a good sleepy trouble, but no conversion unfortunately.
Yeah. Quite proactive play there on the side of Merly. If he wasn't able to escape, that could have been a big play coming in from INV Esports. Though in terms of damage, the Galio and the Lee Sin, I think it won't be enough in like a short amount of time. Ellie and Shy just working in tandem here to resist the forces of Raven and Azrael. But since it is a Senna, folks are going to be eminent, throwing that last embrace.
And look at that damage already. Shy is not having the best of times against Azrael at the moment because of the assistance that his teammate is doing. And just the poking is a little bit too much for them to handle right now, as you said.
This is going to help Raven scale up much better. Getting the stacks, getting a bit of gold as he gets those stacks as well. Not increase his range. Oh, the flash!
Ooh, that is a big flash. And now, speaking of, that is going to be a very dead Raven. Let's see how... that was a pretty big play for First Blood, Team Flash. They definitely didn't want that to happen. That was not in the cards for them because the early game, they don't want it to belong to Invade right now.
Taddy got a little bit too comfortable there in farming in the bottom lane. He thought he would be able to dodge Rich's Justice Punch if ever, but what he did not anticipate is the flash coming through as well. And Murdy just following up with the damage, especially that it is a Lee Sin. Now they did secure that First Blood. Now they have a bit of a gold lead, especially with the kill in the bottom lane. And they're having this really proactive early game. This is something that we were quite nervous about them when we were in the picks and bans, but given their playstyle right now, it's actually much more alarming on the side of Team Flash. Raven has been just being consistent here. Merly as well. Rich just getting any information that he can and also even setting up for the team. Now with the objective spawning up, this can be quite troubling for Team Flash. It is a Mountain Dragon and TanX can deal a lot of damage, but they're spotted now.
And already, you can see they are contesting. And will it be Azrael who falls first? No, it's not actually. Oh my god, what a huge steal. And they got the kill off of that as well. Kha'Zix goes down. Yeah, Invade, they have everything they wanted from that dragon fight and more. The Rift Herald also went down to their side. So Team Flash, they lost absolutely everything. And now Shy's being bullied behind tower. And that's the first tower as well. Team Flash has just lost literally all of their early game control here to Invade.
What just happened there? I mean, it should have been a kill there. It should have been the objective for TanX. But yeah, let's just check this replay on how it actually transpired. Props on to Azrael and Raven definitely, and getting that pressure done. And immediately Rich followed up with a hero's entrance as well. Azrael survived going with that 2 versus 1. Unfortunately, TanX does not possess the isolated damage, given that the dragon was there, and also reinforcements came in from the rest of INV Esports. Now, a massive lead is growing. 4,000 at 6.5 minutes, and Team Flash is just so confused at the moment. Kuzi, okay, still able to dash away at the very least, but yeah, INV Esports is starting to pose more problems here. Plus, they have the scaling, man. They have the scaling. Team Flash, again, we talked about this. This is an early game composition. Late game, they would struggle. And we're already seeing them struggle. Merly, Bluffek, and Rich are richer than every single member here on the side of Team Flash. They will contest. Dawning Shadow.
Ooh, that connects, and that is going to be a dead Fiora. Very good catch there over by Team Flash. Unfortunately, they are going to get re-engaged on Invade. They don't have enough manpower to actually contest here, so they're just going to let that kill go and get out of there.
Yep. Good punishment, actually, on the side of Azrael. That was a little bit ambitious of him, checking out the top side corner a while ago. And now we go into a bit of a reset, as Team Flash managed to catch up a bit here in terms of gold, though Invade Esports still has that infinite scaling, especially with the Senna. Even Shy is now being zoned away a little bit here on side against Raven, but Merly having some thoughts going in. That's the flash by Raven.
Ooh,
that's the embrace.
Shy has been caught. He's been caught, and he will be stunned up, and nothing can be done there. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he got caught, and that's the end of that.
That's too deep. He was too deep. Let's be honest.
A little bit too
you don't
deep,
have
yes.
that tier 1 tower already in the top lane. You shouldn't be there trying to clear the wave. At most, you would prefer to just wait for the wave to go back, go towards your tier 2 tower, and just clear it and try to freeze it in that place. But given its overextension, it was just a very rational decision here by Invade Esports. And now they have come back a little bit in that gold, managed to give a kill towards Raven, which now possesses almost a Black Cleaver as well as the Manamune. Bluffek.
Yeah, and ooh, Taddy.
Yep.
Thought he was gonna get caught there. Apparently not.
Almost. Actually, Rich has 2 kills in this game, so not really the best gold funneling, but he did secure the Rod of Ages already. So I guess he is gonna be looking to deal a bit of AP damage for this early game as well, while waiting for the scaling of Bluffek as Corki, which is already possessing the Manamune and also the Trinity Force. So in a sense, he is starting to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, in a very real sense too, he is going to be a big factor for Invade here if they want to get back in the, if they want to like keep dominating this game, not get back. It is okay. Oh. Team Flash, they're gonna get a good Sonic Wave. He does get Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but Taddy does not have nearly enough. Oh my god, what a flashy Justice Punch there. Amazing catch there. The Senna does go down, however, but that is still incredible for Invade Esports. They did trade 1-for-1, but they have all of the map control now.
Yup, starting up this Herald as well. Tynex will try to contest. That's a Justice Punch. They're actually gonna turn. Waiting now for the re-engage. 4 versus 3 so far, but here comes Corki.
And Corki is going to be coming in with the package, and Ellie is almost dead there. They did manage to, Team Flash did manage to steal out the Rift Herald, but just that Corki coming in denied the fight from actually progressing even more, so they're just gonna come out of that in neutral now.
Yep, good try here coming in from Team Flash. Actually, here's the replay on what happened earlier. Raven.
Ooh, that is
getting caught.
pretty good
Everything
explosive
just
cast.
invested to kill the Raven and to try and shut him down.
Off the Raven, nevermore. Okay, now it's the mid lane, and Bluffix just took a huge chunk of damage. He's got a Sleepy Trouble Bubble. He had to get out of there really fast, and that is a significant drain on Invade's power if they want to get into this fight next.
Rift Herald, I don't think it's going to be able to hit the tower. Oh, actually, never mind. A little bit down there. And Invade Esports will have only 319 HP on their tier 1 tower in the mid lane. They're being zoned away, being poked right in here, especially by Taddy, but still able to resist the forces. Dawning Shadow just gonna be used there to poke a bit there onto the back line.
Taddy, he's caught somebody. Oh, but that was a great riposte to deny the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from actually activating Sleep. Okay, the cast coming in, and it does hit. Okay, Shy now, he's going to be going on to Asriel. He still lives, however, and nobody has actually died yet, but Ellie is incredibly low. He goes into stasis, and now Team Flash, they are on the back foot. They have lost 1 member. They are going to lose 2 members. Shy goes down as well. And now Invade, they are still low, but they have to contend with this Zoe. Unfortunately, Zoe is a little bit too annoying at range to to continue that fight. So they're just gonna take their wins there and get out.
That was such a well-orchestrated fight, actually, coming in from INV Esports. While it was a 3 versus 5, BluffX and Merly were actually taking the Infernal Drake. Then they found out the kick happened here from Merly. Ellie stalled it out. And then INV Esports decided, okay, let's go back in. Let's try to contest. We have the sustain, we have the AoE damage, and also the crowd control. They got 2 kills and just basically took everything from Team Flash. Yep. Fortunately, Taddy was landing a lot of paddle stars. It's just that it's simply not enough to actually land into a kill against INV Esports. Especially onto Azrael, because he has that parry to, you know, just negate some of the crowd control and just slide away. Now posting here in the bottom lane. Burley is going to be assisting him. So this is going to be a scary one for Kuzi. They did not spot out
Kuzi, he did went a little bit too far. He gets Dragon Rage kick, but Ellie is there! Ellie is there to keep him alive, and now they're chasing after the Lucian. The Grand Challenge just wears off, but where does Kuzi go from here? Because Ellie has just abandoned him after saving his life, and now he goes for the calling, but Azrael, it's just a matter of time. He's running towards the enemy base. Rich goes for the Flash Ignite, just because Kuzi, if he goes for the Execute, it's going to be going to the Galio. But in the mid lane, because they were chasing that Lucian, now INV, they are just gonna go over to the mid lane turret. They're going to take it down, and what he was doing, trying to run back over there, I don't know. Maybe it would have been better if he tried to go to the mid lane. But that was almost a really good save from Ellie.
Oh yeah, I mean, Ellie's really trying in this game to help out the team, especially in those messy situations. Especially that the lineup here of INV Esports just continues to scale. Merly has been very, very consistent in the aggressive nature that he has, making the plays here for the team, and also being able to go in and out. That is actually fascinating to see on him on this Lee Sin. Fighting a lot of safety
though, he is in a lot of danger. Ellie is right there.
Safe.
He's gonna get the stun off. He's not gonna get the repost to do all too much. He just delays his death by a little bit. But that is a great catch from Team Flash.
Yep, really good catch, really good punish there on the overextension of Azrael. Azrael is simply not that strong enough to be that unstoppable force in the top lane, though he is still 1.5k gold ahead against Shy. Almost able to pick up that Blade of the Ruined King as well. As now, INV Esports posing here on the Baron, they are able to get the Scuttle.
Really went for something. Oh my god, look at that damage! BluffX has to go. He's been Sleepy Trouble bubbled as well. And now TF can re-engage. This is looking really good for Team Flash now. That Zoe, Taddy he just decimated that health bar without even the Sleepy Trouble bubble. That was just the paddle star and the auto attack, I believe. Oh god, Rave now takes a lot of damage, but Taddy's in danger. He's been ignited. He has to get out of there, and he barely makes it out. No, the ignite just takes him down. Gets him. Now Ellie's gonna pay for it with his life as well. He's gonna go golden, but not enough to save his life. A little bit, feeling himself a little bit too much there, Taddy, after getting all of that damage onto the Corki. So, you know, you can't be doing a paddle star teleport like that in front of like 3 people, because you will get decimated.
Yeah, INV Esports basically dictating everything right now in this game, scaling massively towards this 15-minute mark. This is what we talk about. I mean, 15-minute mark, they're going to be much more scary. Azrael just winning this 1v1 against Shy, moving forced to back away since the other members are here, but the Dawning Shadow will just provide that safety. And now, they have the bonus. They have the Baron buff helping them in every single scenario here in this game. Kuzi almost getting caught there by Merly's Dragon's Rage. Fortunately, he was able to escape at the very least. But again, INV Esports, 10,000 gold lead at 16 minute mark.
Yeah, that is very, very huge. I mean, we've seen a 10,000 gold lead yesterday, and I think it was the KT Roaster game, game number 2, where they did have an insane lead against Cerberus Esports. But you know, it was insurmountable. But here it feels like Team Flash, they can actually come back, funnily enough, against INV. They just need to find the right angle. find the right angle to get in. They need to find the right Sleepy Trouble bubble, and they can still win this. They could be losing until the time that they win, which is pretty weird to say, but you know, it is something that happens in the Wild Rift quite a lot.
It's so complicated this time around, though. Team Flash in this composition, I think their angles are very, very difficult to actually go into. Maybe if Taddy lands those paddle stars into a big burst towards Bluffix, maybe they have a chance. They're resisting the forces here in the bottom lane. Cask!
Oh, great Cask! And he does go gold in that stasis. Will not be enough for Merly to survive though, but this may be another kill. The Justice, the
oh my God,
coming in for Galley, but they're already on the
Bluffix.
Nexus. Invade looking for a game number 3 here. They just want the Nexus. It's not going to stand for much longer, and we are going to be going to game number 3.
Game number 2. Invade Esports answer back massively in this game. Definitely a big performance by this Invade Esports from Bangkok, landing the victory and pushing us to a game number 3. We saw them struggle in game number 1, especially with their Jax pick, but this time around the scaling was really good. I remember we were kind of nervous. We were really nervous even with the Lee Sin pick that Merly had, but Merly actually was one of the key players here, key playmakers as well in the entirety of the game. Whenever he ganks a lane, pressure was felt by the opponent in that particular lane. And Invade Esports, through those ganks actually, and through the plays that Rich and Merly has made, Bluffix, Raven helped even Azrael scale up in the top lane so that Shy would have no dominance at all. We haven't seen him win a single duel against Azrael. That was how safe Azrael was in the top lane. Was even dictating the flow there whenever he wanted to split push.
Absolutely. I mean, big props to Merly, because we were talking about, you know, how if he wanted to help Invade get the win, then they would need to shut down that Kha'Zix really early and match that pressure, and they did. I mean, the Kha'Zix status, he wasn't really able to do too much after the very early game, and yeah, after that it just kind of snowballed in Invade's favor, and the early game compositions I've kind of noticed is they haven't really been working out for these teams. It seems like scaling is the way for most of the teams here in the Wild Rift League Asia, but you know, that is this game. Maybe next game will be different, because game number 3, it's all tied up. This is the only game that matters now, basically.
Well, I'm gonna go against you on that. I mean, it's still gonna be aggressive lineups, really dictating the flow of the game. And Team Flash actually had it. The only problem was they weren't being aggressive. It was actually Invade Esports, and look at the goal difference over time. This is a massive, consistent lead that Invade Esports has gotten over the course of the entire game. 0 resistance, 0 signs of coming back. That's how stable this and dominating this game was by Invade Esports. And definitely a questionable game for Team Flash. Let's see if they're the ones who are going to be able to come back in game number 3. But so far, momentum is swinging towards Invade Esports. I'm loving this.
I agree. Invade Esports, they just kind of read the game plan of Team Flash, and we're like, you know what, we're gonna do it but better. We're going to pressure you early game, and we're going to start taking whatever advantages we can where we can, and we're not gonna let you actually get in on us. So with that being said, with that being their game plan, they were able to actually achieve the scaling far quicker than they kind of wanted to, and it was really just the Zoe that was keeping them at bay. But once that threat wasn't, you know, a factor, Invade was free to do as they please, because the aggression from Team Flash was not really felt. They had to have the entire team there to try to go for picks most of the time, and that just is not what you want, especially when you have a Kha'Zix that kind of thrives on, you know, ganking really quickly and isolation damage and all of that good stuff. So I mean, it was just a hard read from Invade Esports that gifted them this win.
Oh yeah, hard reading and hard reaction and hard plays as well set up all throughout the game. And I think if Team Flash wants to come back in the series and prevent the reverse sweep from happening by INV Esports, they need to be the ones taking the place, being the ones proactive, being the ones aggressive, and not being just reacting against INV Esports. And it was actually surprising so far. You know, Team Flash was really good when they are on the red side, but in this particular game, we do see them kind of struggling when they are actually on the blue side. Maybe that's some information that INV Esports would like to take into account. Raven definitely deserved this MVP. Not only did he have a massive amount of impact in this entire game through the damage and through the kill participation with his wonderful stats, but he also helped out Azrael so much in that early game a while ago. He was basically baby feeding him at that time, you know, getting the pokes and scaling alongside with him, preventing Shy from having any bullying towards this Baron laner Azrael.
Yeah, exactly. And because that, you know, that Senna was kind of a hard counter to the style that Team Flash wanted to get going, you know, that aggressive playstyle. So big props really, because that stopped them from actually getting the game plan going. But speaking of game plans, we're going to be going into the next game after this very short break. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. It's been real.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair, windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot situation. It's a hot episode. It's a hot temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning in too close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot situation. It's a hot episode. It's a hot temptation.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in game number 3, INV Esports versus Team Flash. And, well, while I did say that Team Flash destroyed INV in the first game, that wasn't true. Because this time it was INV that destroyed Team Flash in game number 2. My name is G-Tank, coming at you. With me is Giyang. And we are going to be going into game number 3.
Now that was the domination that we were wanting to describe in game number 1. INV Esports definitely having a massive performance in game number 2 after completely annihilating Team Flash and not giving them an inch of resistance of coming back into that game. Basically, this momentum has been swinging towards INV Esports ever after that massive performance, even Raven having a big influence in the entirety of the game alongside with Merly. So definitely, these players are the ones to be looked out to in their influence across the map and in this game in particular. Now they transition towards blue side, and we have noticed and observed one thing. Team Flash is really good on red side. On the blue side so far in this game number 2, we have not seen the aggressive nature that they usually possess. So maybe as they transition back to red side, we would see them now back in their original form and you know, take control of the game again.
So that being said, let's take alright, as we're already taking up the Fiora, very prioritizing that pick. And I mean, it worked out pretty well for him in the last game, but Team Flash, now they're on the red side. Let's see who they do prioritize. They still want to get Ellie on that Gragas. I mean, he has been such a staunch defender of his teammates that I can understand why they keep taking that Gragas and the Riven as well for Shy. Zoe though is still open and will be going over to Raven here.
Nice pickoffs actually here. Pickings on the side of INV Esports. Good respect actually onto Raven's Senna. They have banned it away, but a massive amount of damage slowly building up. First damage actually on the side of Team Flash. They have the Gragas as well for the disengage or engage, whatever they want. They want actually to go in this particular game, having to have a massive amount of pickups, but in terms of laning phase, I think so far Team Flash has good stability. What they need again is an aggressive jungler. Maybe this time we can see Tan X using the Lee Sin, you know, maybe picking up the champion, helping the team out in this early game. His Jace a while ago was really strong, but as it is respected right now in the first batting phase, he has to find that key champion to help Shy and Kuzi gain the early momentum they need to actually stop INV Esports.
True, very, very true. But speaking of junglers, a ban coming in on a jungler right now for Merly. That Vi is not going to be available, so that does mean that Merly has the option to snatch with Lee Sin up because or you know, it's still on the side of Team Flash. They do have priority unless Lee Sin will be banned out, so this does pinch the jungle pool a little bit, but there are still some really high impact junglers that Team Flash can pick up. Will they be prioritizing that? We shall see as soon as we get into the next pick. So Thanex, I wonder what is on the cards with.
Well,
they're gonna save it for last, I
was
guess.
looking forward. We actually mentioned this in game number 1, but on the side of INV Esports, you know, we said that maybe they should pick up the Renekton instead of the Jax against the Riven. And now we do see the Renekton again. They're finally resurfacing again. This is gonna solidify this aggressive composition of Team Flash. If Esports responding accordingly, they will pick up this Gwen, which has been very stable in terms of scaling towards the late game. And speaking of late game, another frontline gonna be helping him out to be that irritating person in the team fights. I think AoE damage is gonna be sufficient here on the side of INV Esports given the Gwen and also the Zoe. So I think what they need are just those irritating factors, those that can actually interfere with the movements here of Team Flash and also slow them down in the laning phase. Having the Garen is going to be useful, especially in taking down that one champion that they do set up and burst out. Team Flash though, getting the Corki again at the very end signifies that they also are interested in scaling towards the late game. But I do love their composition more. They have early game prio, they have early game dominance, at least on the capability side. And them having on red side right now, which was really effective in game number 1, I think is going to be a good sign for Team Flash.
Yeah, so Team Flash, they do have that Renekton in the jungle going up against the Gwen in the jungle. Two champions that we're seeing for the kind of the first time today in this role. That is going to be, yeah, early game. More in the early game is going to be more towards Team Flash. However, Invade, they do have a Garen as well, not a Yumi. Unfortunately, to keep him speeding up while he spins like a Beyblade. But it is pretty hype to see a Garen. I do love seeing this spin to win man.
I haven't heard that in a long time. Spin to win.
Spin to win.
It was 2021 when I first heard that term. Definitely.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of like, I mean, Garen was still here in the meta, but
he's still meta. But now he's being brought back. He's being brought back slowly but
surely. Thanks, my friend, for bringing it back.
Yeah, I mean, spin to win, I think, is something that a lot of like old school League of Legends players know. I mean, I learned this term back in I think 2014 when I first started playing. It's just, you know, Katarina, Garen, Darius, spin to win champions, but Shy is broken wings to win right now. Look at that damage. Azrael already down to half health off of one interaction, and he's going to get that vital. And Shy did go for the ignite, but did not go for more broken wings. No more Kuzi available. BluffX definitely going to have a little bit of a tough time against Kuzi because, you know, melee matchup into Corki is not the best, but with Ellie and Rich there to support, you know, the mid laners, there shouldn't be all too much of a scuffle. As I say that, there is a big scuffle here. Kuzi and Ellie getting taken down lower than BluffX and Rich, but that is just a little bit of feeling out there. Tanex, he's going to spot out that ward, and we're going to turn back to neutral. Now looking at the jungle, Gwen is pathing up towards the Baron lane here.
It was actually quite long ago since we last seen a Renekton in the jungle, but it is kind of like an old meta actually, and Tanex gonna be looking forward to having that influence in the entirety of the game. Still having the aggressive capability. Once you're level 3, you can easily gank any particular lane and influence them as well, but that is the primary requirement. Getting to level 3. Now they do invade. Brady's gonna have a bit of a hard time. Here comes
This is going to be a little bit aggressive for Invade as they do get onto Tanex, and Tanex is incredibly low. He has already forced his flash, and that Renekton will go down. The Crocodile will be turned into a handbag there. First blood over to Invade, and that is a really, really good start.
Absolutely a good start here for Invade Esports. That's what they want. Resist the forces here, resist the early game aggression, and set up some traps. And that was kind of ambitious. I mean, the trap was set, especially as Team Flash wanted to invade on the red side or the blue side jungle there of Merly, and that wasn't really the best decision. Now top side, they are going to be attempting Justice Punch. Missing, but Shy still taking a little bit of damage there.
Yeah, Ellie is there to keep him alive, but Merly is, you know, pressuring this so hard with all three of them. Okay, Grand Challenge has been issued. Shy is the target, but Shy also has his ultimate. He will use the Wind Slash. Azrael will barely live. Ellie is chasing down. He goes for the big slam auto attack and at least gets a 1-for-1 for his troubles. But now he's going to be looking towards either Rich or Merly. Oh, he barreled at the wrong place. Unfortunate. He could have caught another one there had he done that, but no. Tanex, though, going to be going on to BluffX. Both players with X at the end of their names.
I mean, just chilling down here in this early game. Invade Esports has little to no problem whatsoever so far in this particular game, and even though we hyped up Team Flash quite a lot in the early game, or before the match started, Invade Esports actually doing a really good job, you know, just resisting the forces. That engage a while ago by Azrael was quite interesting, quite ambitious. Merly just finished it off for him, but the flash by Ellie, you know, equalized the kill. So it's basically a trade of blows here in this early game for both Invade Esports and Team Flash. But what Team Flash has to be very cautious about is the late game scaling of Invade Esports. Particularly Merly. He's the one who's going to be shredding a lot of HP bars later on when he does possess his or does buy his Rift Maker and also the Nashor's Tooth.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you let Merle, you know, get those 2 core items, you basically have to focus all of your CC on that Gwen, or else, you know, you're just gonna run away with it. Asriel and Rich now trying to go for something here. No, they're just gonna pressure Shy and Ellie to get out of there, because right now, Invade, they have so much map control. Look at the warding they have as well. They're preparing for, you know, a dragon here very soon. Kuzi, that is going to make his back time a little bit awkward. He did get ignited by Block X. I think he wanted to get a little bit more, but now Ellie, oh, that is a good catch onto Merle, but she does get away. The Mist saving them, as well as the hero's entrance, and now the re-engage coming in from Asriel. Now he may have bit off a little bit more than he can shoot. Panics are going to go for the stun, and that is a lot of damage. Look at that, the Mega Inferno Bomb as well, and everybody is melting here on the side of Team Flash. They did get a 1 for 2 so far, and Shy makes it a 3 for 1. Invade just absolutely decimating the health bars. Kuzi, though, trying to get more, trying to equalize everything as he does get 1 kill, and now it is Taddy who is on the back foot. He's going to get chased away by Bluff X, and Kuzi's going to get re-engaged on by Merle. He's trying to get a kill onto Rich and just barely misses it. The Ignite doesn't take him down, and Kuzi just barely makes it out alive, and oh my lord, Rich knew that he had to get out of there. Bluff X is going to spin touch him a little bit. Okay, the action is non-stop here. Merle goes down, trying to go for the Rift Herald, but so Team Flash, there's so many members of them already there. Addy once again getting aggressed on by Asriel. The Mega Inferno Bomb coming in as well.
No.
There is no steal there. It does go to Team Flash, but their health bars are getting pretty low. The Riven goes down, and now 2 of them are on the retreat as Invade. They got so much from that extended team fight. It all started from here.
So extended. Yeah, it was actually more messy on the side of Team Flash, especially when this particular thing happened. Props to Rich, honestly. That shield of Duran was massive, layering down the CC and allowing them to almost get 3 kills at the same time. They do secure it at the very end. Then it turned into a bit of a messy team fight overall as the trades happened. And Kuzi got, I think, 2-3 kills in that particular fight. But at the end of that, EDG Esports still got a lot more. Now they possess 4,000. I think they got 1 more at the very end there.
The score right now is 1-1.
I mean, no,
1,
no, it's just 1. It was just an assist, unfortunately. That was sad.
Unlucky there.
Unlucky, as he traded his life for it.
But the Herald, though, will allow Team Flash to get a little bit more control here. But their health bars are starting to get a bit low as the harass comes in from Raven, the Paddle Star, and the Sleepy Trouble Bubble doing dividends here for Invade. And this is why, you know, Zoe is such a high priority pick. Oh my god, look at that damage! And he gets Sleepy Trouble Bubbled. If they had cooldowns right now, that Gragas would be in heaven, man. He would be gone. But now it does mean that without Ellie, this is going to be a fairly safe dragon for Invade to start with Merle right there with Bluff X. Okay, so the Dominus has been popped. Adex looking to go for a big engage here. Look at the health bars. Raven incredibly low. The dragon is still attacking. This is very scary for Invade because they can't throw it. Uzi, though, he is going to be aggressed on, and now, oh no, all of the things are happening at once. Somebody has come out on top of that team fight, and it was Invade. They have gotten 3 kills to 1 and have made the last remaining members of Team Flash retreat, and that was a huge fight for them. Gets another dragon, gets some more pressure on the map. Look at that replay.
3 for 1 plus an objective there by Invade Esports. Started off with a bit of a messy fight. I think Team Flash was a little bit scattered there, and Invade Esports just funneled their strikes, regroup much better, and forced Team Flash to just go on to 2 places at one team fight. Divide and Conquer is a very good strategy, and Invade Esports is very good at implementing it in that particular fight. Now, helping them more in their goal lead, 7.5 thousand, as every single member, every single carry actually being ahead against Team Flash. That is a massive lead building towards Invade Esports right now, though we do still see Team Flash having still the confidence. not entirely giving lanes away, but it's still going to be quite complicated for them in the next coming fights, because now we will see Merly doing massive damage, Azriel as well split pushing on the side lanes, and Raven basically just throwing those paddle stars to burst them out.
Yeah, and it is not looking all too good for Team Flash. While it looked like they could come back in the last game, it's looking like a slow chokehold here from INV Esports, just because they're able to get picks so much more efficiently with this Zoe, with Merly and Rich roaming around, and Rich with his Justice Punch Flash combo. He has been so on point with that. His Shields of Durand as well, and the Hero's Entrance. Coming in touch a couple of times, and speaking of, he did go for a Justice Punch right there. He may be paying for it with his life, though. He's able to get out of there real quick as Azriel comes in for the follow-up, gets that kill, and immediately BluffX is right there. They are on the turret, and they will just take it down. And they could go for this Rift Herald right now. As Team Flash, they are minus a man, and the Ziggs is still in the base, and BluffX, he's just a big Garen preventing anybody from actually interfering with them. As Thanex is there, he's gonna get Sleepy Trouble bubbles. Oh my god, look at the damage onto a Renekton. Took him down to 20% health with just 2 abilities. This is Zoe for you. This is what she does, and I think it was a mistake for Team Flash not to prioritize that champion.
Yup, and I think this is also the combination that INV Esports wanted to have. If Raven gets one big burst, chunking down a big amount of HP towards any single member of Team Flash, BluffX will just be there to land the Dimassion Justice, secure the kill. That's how easy they can actually do things in a team fight. And given how stable BluffX has also been in the entirety of the game, being that really irritating dude, spin to winning, and also silencing those who want to go the combination, especially Shy. Imagine if you're a Riven to get silenced for what, 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds because of the Garen. That is a big interruption to your combo, and you will be left vulnerable.
Though,
Speaking of
he
which,
got the sun up onto Azriel. The Grand Challenge has been issued, but the Hero's Entrance keeps him alive, and this is just Rich in the face of 2 people. He's too tanky to actually be taken down. He can't be cut down like a tree. And Ellie, he's the one who's going to get cut down right there, as it is actually Rich who gets that kill with his Winds of Change. And now, let's see, because Team Flash, they have like very little damage that they can do here compared to how Invade has been absolutely dominating. Look at that, just a touch from Raven. That was just an auto attack and a Sleepy Trouble bubble. He didn't even land the paddle star.
Yep.
What a big turn of damage here for Invade. 13 and 4 and 10,000 gold up already. Thanex has to get out of there, or if he's spotted, he's going to get immediately
get in trouble.
Pounced on. Yeah.
Merly as well has already picked up the Rifter and the Nashers too.
Back to neutral here, but
it's going to be very comfortable at dueling against anybody on the side of Team Flash. A 1 versus 1, definitely Kuzi is going to have a nightmare of a time. Though here comes Retaliation.
Yeah, as Azriel, he has to run away here, but he's got a lot of lives. He's got some damage. I mean, the Serax Gauge is keeping alive. Not a lot of lives here, my bad, but that is it. Justice coming in onto Fiora as Garen slams his big sword down. That is the a 2-for-1 actually, and with 5 seconds left on the Dragon and the Renekton's in the mid lane, Invade can just force this Dragon down for free. They don't even have to fight for it. It's just, you know, Team Flash, they can't really realistically fight anything.
Absolutely not. You know why? This is an 11,000 gold lead by INV Esports. How can you fight that big of a scaling lineup? That this Garen of BluffX is going to be impossible to kill. Same as Rich. Merly as well has been very stable all throughout the game. Raven has been bursting out, sending people from Team Flash back into the base with just 1 paddle star. And Azriel has been happily farming and split pushing on the side lanes, not minding at all whoever comes in his path. And Team Flash, it's basically a deja vu moment for them. I mean, to think that they have such a good time in that game number 1, but this time they're struggling so much. Even despite being on the red side once again and securing these champs, INV Esports basically has just I mean, if this was a Super Saiyan moment for them,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know anything else. I mean, INV Esports has basically switched up their color from black to blue now.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely beating Team Flash Black and Blue at the moment. I'm struggling to think of how Team Flash can actually get back in to this game, because even if they do scale up, I think that the Zoe is still, too big of a threat for them to deal with effectively. Shy and Tanex now, they're going to go on to Azul. The Fiora is going to get saved by this Hero's entrance, and the Galio keeps him alive. The healing field as well, but finally, Shy gets one. It's a 1-for-1 though, and they had... Oh my god, this just flashed over Raven! You mad lad, paddle stars for it. He just flashed over the wall and said, yo, I'm not afraid. And nobody is more or less afraid than Rich right there. He just body slammed into two of them. The Justice falls onto the Gragas. And, well, it is just INV Esports looking to try to end this game with...
They want to.
They do want to. I mean, they can still go for more Drakes. They can go for a Baron. But so far... I mean, if they just straight up 5v5 teamfight, I think they can just take Team Flash on in their base.
Started off with a 2 versus 1 onto Azrael, but he actually managed to stall things out so long, especially after proccing that grand challenge, healing himself back almost enough actually for Raven to go back in, and just the flash in, man. The flash in by Raven. Nobody's going to be scared at all towards Shy anymore, given the big lead of INV Esports. They're just looking for fights all the time. Not scared at all against Team Flash. Why? Because they have 14,000 gold lead. This game has basically swung towards them, and wow, that is massive, my friend. INV Esports will start this Baron, and I don't even think Team Flash can resist this.
Azrael!
Oh
my god, he doesn't care, man. He knows he's gonna die for this. He knows Thanex is gonna get him, but that's... What? He almost just one-shot the Renekton!
Almost.
What is this? Oh my god, and Ellie almost bites the dust too from the Gwenel, from the scissors being thrown at him. This is just a slow chokehold for Team Flash, because INV, they are way too strong. What can they realistically do here as Rich and Merly there are still under tower? They don't care, actually. They don't give any sort of a hoot here, as they're going to go on to the Nexus with the Baron-empowered minions, and the Justice Punch does land another kill for the Garen. He just goes for the big boy ultimate, and they are chasing Team Flash right into their base. That's going to be it. INV Esports, they reverse sweep Team Flash.
And they have successfully completed the reverse sweep against Team Flash in what might be the best possible manner in INV Esports. That is a big development. Definitely we can't be any more than proud here for them. And it has been a really hard time in game number 1, but they adjusted. They realized, okay, playing things slow is not gonna do well for us. Let's try to be extra aggressive. Let's try to make some proactive plays. Let's try to help out Azrael as early as possible. Let's try to help out BluffX as early as possible. Raven is gonna have a good time anyway. Let's just let him be in the dragon lane, farming up and clearing out the waves alongside with Daddy, and try to help the other lanes. And that was basically the key to victory here of INV Esports. And Team Flash unfortunately couldn't make any sort of plays in that particular game. It was kind of sad. We were looking forward to them being the ones actually being aggressive in this game, especially with the lineup that they had, Riven, Renekton, and also the Gragas. But I think that early invade on the blue side jungle of Merly was a big factor. Them overextending, Tanex getting caught out early, and some kills handed over to the side of INV Esports was the key towards their early game power spikes.
Absolutely. And I mean, it paid off, man. They helped out Azrael, and Azrael was like, you know what, I'm gonna help you out in return. And he just drew so much aggro, he absorbed so much attention from Team Flash, and while they were just on the Baron, he was drawing 2-3 people him in the dragon lane while he was pushing down the inhibitor. So split pushing is such an effective strategy when you know that your opponent can't match you with just one champion. They have to send 2, maybe 3 players down to get you, so that just frees up the rest of the map for your team. And Team Flash only got 1 turret, while Bangkok Invade Esports got 8. And this gold graph, man, this gold graph is absolutely insane to see. It's just so consistently going up, and you can see little spikes going up here and there. And Azrael actually did almost as much damage as Raven, which is weird to see from a melee champion competing against, a Zoe.
I mean, was basically making a lot of plays in the side lanes, battling against Chai, Tan-X, and even Ellie most of the time, because they wanted to shut down the Fiora. It's just so unfortunate that they couldn't. I mean, Azrael was already buffed up towards the mid to the late game, and was influencing the side lanes massively all throughout that period of time. And also the goal lead was very similar to game number 1. This time it's a 17-minute game, and it's still the same experience actually of Invade Esports in game number 2. And I think this is going to be a big learning lesson for Team Flash, because they had a really fantastic performance in game number 1. They're the ones who were very aggressive, but for some reason we did not see that same aggression in game 2 and game 3. They lost their grip, and this time they're the ones who got choked here by Invade Esports. Such clean performance, and definitely a big development by Invade Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Invade definitely brought the heat there. They were like, you know what? You are not going to bully us this time. We are going to be the bullies. And that is exactly what happened. That is what transpired there. Invade did not, give them an inch to breathe, basically, for the entire game. They were just on the case of Team Flash again and again and again. And Azrael just, because he got so ahead early and he was able to draw so much attention to himself, the rest of the team had a lot of leeway to go for some map-wide plays, and while he was absorbing 2, maybe 3 members, the rest of them were engaging on the lesser manned lanes of Team Flash. So really great macro play just from absorbing the aggro of Team Flash. So very big props there. It will be Raven though who takes the MVP, because as a Zoe, I mean, you're going to be doing the most damage, and he only died the 1 time as well.
Back-to-back MVP from game number 2 and game number 3. Definitely a massive performance here by Raven. Such a talented player. We have talked about him early on before the match has started, and he's gonna be looking to having more fantastic performance over their next game in the future, in the next upcoming days. Team Flash, let's see if they are gonna be able to keep it up on the next one. I mean, it's just their first game, and still a lot more to come back from. We also have an interview for our winner. So Invade Esports is gonna get interviewed here by our host way from the CN conference.
Yeah, I bet it's going to be Raven, because Raven did have quite a lot of impact, although I would like to have maybe Azrael on the interview, because he was such a huge factor, in allowing Invade Esports to actually get their game plan going, because again, he just absorbed so much focus and so much aggro from Team Flash that the rest of the team were able to do pretty much what they wanted. And I mean, Invade, if they keep this up, they definitely could see themselves in the top 2 seed. Even though they did lose the first game, they kept their heads down, they stuck it out, and they knew their win condition per game. They knew how to execute it, they knew who to focus and how to focus on them. So a really good understanding of Wild Rift being shown here by all the members of Invade.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to redeem yourself, especially in a series, this is the way to do it. Reverse sweep, and also, just a massive lead and can't wait to see the Merly. Actually,
Oh, this is
gonna
the
be an
match.
MVP as well.
The match most valuable player, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because
A
earlier
big
that was just the main
popularity
one.
rating as well.
Oh, the most popular player. That's what MVP stands for. So very popular among the viewers. And I mean, for good reason. Merly, such a high impact jungler, did enable Azriel to get to that stage where he was soaking up aggro. So, you know, big props to Merly. Definitely deserve that most popular player as well.
Yeah, I mean, also he did that really as a Gwen a while ago. You know, just being that solid, but safely farming up in the jungle, also being part of most of the team fights. And I don't think we even have seen that much casualty on the side of INV Esports generally. I was about to compliment Merly on not dying that much, but it's actually pretty much applicable to all the members here of INV Esports, especially BluffX. I don't even think he has died more than once in the entirety of the game. That was how safe he was all throughout, and just doing what he has to do. Interrupt the playmaking potential of TanX or Sky or Shy, and also just be that solid frontline so that he can draw attention towards himself and allow the rest of the members of INV Esports to funnel right through, as Raven was just, you know, consistently throwing those paddle stars and throwing Team Flash off of their game.
Yeah. So with that being said, we are just waiting for the main stage interview. Ladies and gents, I hope you had a good time watching this, because me and Gang definitely did. It was such a refreshing thing to see, you know, Invade, after their first loss, getting back up and getting that reverse sweep. I mean, yesterday we had 2 reverse sweeps as well, and just these teams, you know, they are very mentally stable. They know that one loss doesn't equate to the match being lost, and that is something that I think is an underrated factor in esports, is the mental aspect of it. And I really do have to give props to you know, them being able to come back after a hard loss and say, okay, you know what, we're going to buckle down. We know now what the enemy play is like, and let's do a little bit of an analysis on the fly and try to counter their game plan with our own play style. And that is what they did, because in game number 2, that Senna pick really destroyed the top laner for Team Flash. So let's take a look at the interview right now.
Let's
那
go.
我们再次恭喜 INV 赢得了这场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 INV 的射手选手 Raven 来到我们的采访间，然后接下来我会跟 Raven 说，让他先跟大家打一个小招呼。Hello everyone, it's time for the interview, and now we have Raven from Bangkok Invite Esports with us. Hello Raven, congratulations, and can you introduce yourself to our Chinese audience?
Hello, I'm Raven from Invade Esports, and I play the Dragon Lane.
对 Raven 刚才就简单介绍了一下，他是 Raven， 然后他是打射手路的，然后是来自这个俱乐部的。然后接下来要问他的第一个问题就是说，今天他们是在 WRL 舞台上的一个首胜，所以我想问一下，这场首胜对于他来说意味着什么？然后 Today is your first show of WRL, and what does it mean to you to get the first win of it?
I mean, it means a lot to us personally because we haven't really been doing well in practice, but we managed to win in tournament, so it's a relief for us.
Raven 选手说，其实今天的这场胜利对他们来说意味着很多东西，因为其实在之前的比赛中，他觉得他们表现并不会像今天的这么优异，所以说今天这场比赛对于他们来说真的很重要。那第二个问题，我想问一下，就是在第2把的时候 ，Raven 选手选择了一个塞纳，然后他的塞纳表现非常出色，当时是抢到了对方的蓝 buff， 抢到了对方的龙，然后就最后给团队带来了很大的收益，也是那把的 MVP。所以我想问一下，当时 Raven 选手是觉得这一切都是在他的掌控之下，还是说也只是一个意外抢到了这些东西？You picked Sina in Game 2 with very good performance, and you were able to grab the Blue Sentinel and the Dragon, and you nearly grab all the natural resources from your opponents. So, is it all under your control, or is it just an accident?
I think it's just my lucky day today because I didn't expect to steal everything, but I managed to get both of them.
瑞文选手说，其实今天对于他来说可能是一个幸运日，因为他一开始没有想到自己去抢这些东西都能抢得到，但是最后他们确实都得到了，然后也赢得了比赛，确实非常的厉害。然后第3个问题，我想问一下，因为我们是有12支来自中国赛区的队伍，然后还是有8支来自 APEC 赛区的队伍，所以想问一下 Raven 选手有没有他自己特别想交手的队伍或者是选手 ？We have 12 teams from WRL CN and 8 teams from APEC. Is there any player or any team you want to play against in particular?
I think I really want to face against EDG because their AD carry, their Dragon Lane alone is pretty good. So I really want to win him.
Raven 选手说，他其实非常想和 EDG 相遇，因为他觉得 EDG 的射手路选手 Alone 也非常的厉害，所以说可能期待2个强者的对决。那接下来就是最后一个问题，问他有没有什么话想要对他的粉丝朋友说的。And the last question is, any words for your fans?
Thank you for supporting us, and we will bring more performance to you guys.
他最后想谢谢他的粉丝朋友一直支持他们，然后他们也会在之后的日子里做得越来越好的。Thanks you for joining me, and that's all for the interview. Let's have a break.
谢
谢，好厉害。然后咱们这边赛后采访环节就先结束了，接下来让我们稍事休息一下，精彩比赛马上继续。
Wow.
All right. Wow. That was a pretty nice interview. He wants to go up against EDG, some of the best. Because he wants to go up against the best in his late opponents. So, that is very, very admirable for Raven.
And we can sense the humility from Raven and the rest of the team, right? They said that they were very happy with their game performance because they were just honestly struggling in their scrims, and we can't be more happy for them and look forward to their next couple of games because so far they had a good one. It was a reverse sweep against Team Flash, and they're looking forward to having more growth as a team.
Yeah, most definitely. But we do have Chinese teams going to be coming up against each other in the next match. So I hope you guys are excited for that. We're going to be going for a short break. See you after the break.
See you.
Shapeshifts, make them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face done instead. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and feel that it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine. Tonight, I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby don't stop, baby don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
is my love. This is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's item builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
拿下一个第一。
There to go Violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
There to go Violet. 历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the second match of the day. You're still watching Wild Rift League Asia 2023. My name is C10 coming at you. With me is Kiyang. And we heard Raven want to go against EDG earlier. So now we're going to be watching EDG versus OMG.
Oh, and this is going to be an interesting one because EDG so far has massive momentum. After their dominating win against FPX 2-0 in that series, they're looking forward towards this game. And OMG, this is going to be the first time we are seeing them in this tournament, but we do know that they are more than just capable to withstand the other forces here in the EDG 对战 OMG，
已经赢下漂亮首胜的 EDG 能否将这份冲劲延续下去？在过去一段时间陷入低谷的 OMG 能否在今天重回巅峰，让我们拭目以待。接下来，让我们有请 Edward Gaming 以及 Oh My God。Hello everyone, welcome to the stage of 2023 Wild Rift League Asia 1. I'm Laura. The second match will be between EDG and OMG. Whether EDG, which has already won a beautiful first victory, can continue this impetus, and whether OMG, which has been in a top period for some time in the past, can return to the top. I believe all the questions will be answered today. And now please join me in welcoming Edward Gaming and Oh My God.
Here we go. This is what I like when they are on the stage. This is what I'm gonna be looking for towards the playoffs.
Yeah.
我不看重 solo。听说对面
OMG 上个赛季已经掉级了，对吧？今天哥几个再帮你努力，
再帮你们争取拿个第一呢，对吧？
Yeah, I can't wait to see that come out in the playoffs when we have the APAC games as well. And maybe have some translators there for English speakers. But well, EDG, Edward Gaming, such a storied esports organization, as well as OMG. So definitely going to be a pretty hyped match for us to watch today.
Oh yeah, I mean we have been looking forward to this this particular matchup after our discussions already. EDG just gonna be looking forward to having their stability maintained.
In the solo lane, EDG 小张
We are gonna be showing their both of their achievements later on, but we haven't discussed EDG already, and now they're marching here. This is what I love when you're in the main stage. You will be able to have your
下面有请
kind
打
of
野选手
walk
In
into
the
the
Jungle
stage,
EDG
and
星
also
斗
it's
OMG
like
应
a
援。
showdown as well. But sadly, we're not seeing any, props they're bringing out of the moment.
Yeah.
During day number 1, we have seen like a
接下来让我们有
pillows,
请中路
thumbs
选
up,
手
thing,
In the mid lane
a
EDG
toy
由
hammer, I
OMG
believe,
SMK
at some point.
Yeah, it even goes to like in other Riot esports, like in VCT, like you top players walking on stage with
接下来让我们有请
you know,
射手选
mass
手
of,
In the goal
of
lane
their
EDG alone
some player who wasn't
OMG
able to
晚安。
come, or a bunch of stuffed toys, one each representing a team that they've beaten already. I think that was, it might have been Fnatic.
最后有请辅助选手
who did that.
And the
It was
support
really fun to see.
EDG 蝴蝶
And
OMG
I want to
Monster。
see the playoffs, the players walk on with like some wild, weird stuff.
Wild poses and stuff.
Yeah, some great poses, like anime
两支队
poses
伍
like
现已
this.
集结完毕，
There
让我
was
们即刻
actually
召
a,
唤
uh,
师峡谷
crowd.
All the
An
players are getting ready.
AOT
Let's start into the
pose
wild.
during our Sunday game last time, and it was interesting. But I think we are gonna be looking forward to more. In this game, EDG versus OMG, it's just going to be a standard all serious, all serious mood here for every single member. Just I mean, both of these teams want to have just like any other team, want to secure wins. But I think this time we are sensing it in their mood as well. EDG so far has had such a strong performance in their game against FPX previously, and MVP Hudia and also Chengdo 7 and the Wukong and the Gali respectively has had massive amount of influence in the entirety of the match, and I think those champions are going to be looking might be needed for OMG to look into, as now we do see the roster: Whitecat, Indian, SMK, 1-1 and Monster, and they have a massive amount of achievements as well in the organization of OMG. Going back towards 2021, landing first in the Huya Ares Cup 2021, and also first in the Wild Rift Rivals LCK versus LPL, and also second in the Wild Rift League 2022 LPL qualifier. They have participated in the WRL's 2022 season number 2, and also in the Wild Rift Challengers 2022 season number 2, and they had actually a good time in the WRL Challengers 2022 season 2, landing third actually, and it was an interesting run by them. But I think this one is going to be very important for them, because they want to have this grand start once more, especially in this 2023. This is their first tournament.
Absolutely. I mean,
aside from the
everybody's-
WRL.
Yeah, aside from the WRL that already...
The qualifiers, yeah.
Exactly, the qualifiers that came in. So we're going to be coming into the 1v1, the solo game here. Yasuo versus Camille on Howling Abyss. And just to remind you guys, our audience, about why we're having a 1v1 at the start and how this works. Basically, each team sends out a player that goes up against the other team's player, and what they want to do is get 2 kills on Howling Abyss, or 1 during sudden death, and whoever wins that will be able to choose the side for their team for the rest of the match, and that is a huge advantage, especially when it comes to pick and pans. Yasuo versus Camille, both AD top laners, but I think that it is Camille who has the pretty significant edge here. If the Yasuo, is not able to land his Steel Tempest tornadoes very consistently to poke her out, because if you get into that battle with a Camille, she does have that big shield from her passive that will assist her in dealing with your damage, and then she does have 2 damage as well. So I think EDG is gonna have to be very careful here, and have to be on point for their Steel Tempests.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would say the same as well. Camille usually is a much more stable champion, even in the Baron lane or even jungle. Sometimes actually even used in the mid lane. And yeah, so it's kind of like a 50-50. I think that's the chance that Xiao Zhang wants to actually have in this game. I mean, it's really fun to use a Yasuo in a 1v1. It was actually one of the most popular champions in 1v1 1v1s in like even the PC version of this game, you know, aside from the Z.
Yeah.
But SMK wants to have, you know, much more assurance, since you do have the sustain with the tactical sweep, you do have the extra damage with your enchanted Q, and basically just more chances of winning in this 1v1 sense. Xiao Zhang though, I mean, it's a Yasuo. So, yeah, they have a shield.
I mean, they both have shields. The Camille though does have to auto attack in order to auto attack the enemy champion in order to get that shield. The Xiao Zhang, it just activates whenever he takes significant damage from an enemy champion. So, he just waited for that extra shield to run out on SMK to get that little poke in, and the Steel Tempest, he spins around, he gets that little bit of damage, and this is how Xiao Zhang is actually going to win if he's able to consistently poke at SMK. And you can see he's already at a very significant health advantage. The Steel Tempest landing left and right. I don't think he's missed a single one yet on SMK.
Yeah, I love the timings that Xiao Zhang is actually doing it against SMK. Like what you mentioned, you know, just wait for the adaptive defenses to expire and then poke him again and again. I mean, you can just go and fully utilize your minions and just chunk him down and just be careful with the tactical sweep. I think that's the only thing that can actually threaten Xiao Zhang in this early game. But since he does have the shields, his shield passive, just helping him, you know, sustain as well, then it's gonna be a really safe early game here for Xiao Zhang. Also able to pick up the Vampiric Scepter as SMK picks up the Sheen.
Interesting. Okay, so now this is going to be a little bit of a weird fight because the Sheen is going to absolutely decimate Xiao Zhang. So even though he was actually winning in the early game, he will have to actually survive this now if he wants to, you know, not give up that kill, because he did get sustained instead of like raw damage like a Sheen does for SMK. And I mean, that true damage hurt quite a lot. Now he's gonna have to poke SMK down with those Steel Tempest Tornadoes if he wants to, you know, have any chance of getting that kill in this state. Because if he just goes for a fight, SMK is going to win like most of the time, because that Sheen is just so much additional damage. Along with the heal from the attack, along with the true damage from the Q, there is very few things that Yasuo can really do to combat that if he goes for it straight up. So SMK going to go for the healing font right now.
I love how we're being quite analytical in this 1v1 game, Aram. Wherein the players, especially their teammates, are just having fun. They're just going around their teammates and also checking them out, checking their status here in this game. Maybe a little bit of a cheer. Actually, on the side of SMK, we do see more people on his back. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang, I think their teammates are just letting him play. We know already what he's capable of. We don't need to see his screen. We're just gonna be chilling here with our phones and our lovely desks and chairs as well.
Oh.
Did you see their chair a while ago when they were marching into the stage? The design is
very
just
ergonomic.
so yeah, ergonomic.
So what's interesting, they do have like full items now, but Xiao Zhang has an executioner's skill here, so that's gonna be cutting the healing out for SMK. And yeah, that the Bork is going to be such a good 1v1 weapon, even though the Divine Sunder Oak is a mythic item. SMK, he did come out on the back end of that, even though Xiao Zhang, excuse me, he got touched by that Sunder. And Steel Tempest, oh, that almost hit as well. Now SMK is so consistently being pushed back by Xiao Zhang here.
I think this game might actually be a long game as well. I'm trying to recall the game wherein we actually had to experience a sudden death as well.
Yesterday. Oh, here we go. Hextech Ultimatum as well as a last breath. Has to flash out of that. The tactical sweep and the ignite. Will it be enough? Xiao Zhang lives, and so does SMK. But that is just a very close call for both of them.
Yeah. Very close as well. I mean, it could have been a kill for Xiao Zhang, but I guess, you know, SMK is also quite slippery, especially with a hook shot. Was able to navigate himself backwards. And looking at the goal, we actually see Xiao Zhang having a little bit more. Able to pick up the Blade of the Ruin King is nice. Divine Sunder by SMK, but because of the Executioner's Calling, that's gonna help him so much in these small trades. Plus the pokes, I mean, you're banking on more consistent auto attacks coming from Xiao Zhang. Ooh, nice maneuver.
Pretty big land, but look at that damage back by SMK. The Steel Tempest is landing left and right. And, you were mentioning, you know, the game that went okay. He just went for the hookshot into the tactical sweep. SMK, I see you. I see what you're doing. You're forcing Xiao Zhang to back out right now. That's exactly what's happening. He went for the healing font right there.
Let's see.
This could be okay. Hexa Cultivator once again, and that's going to be so much bonus damage. Xiao Zhang, his shield does pop, and he goes for the last breath. Who's going to win this interaction? SMK, he misses the tactical sweep, and then the dash into the Steel Tempest. A tornado knocks him up, and Xiao Zhang gets the first kill.
What is that flash play?
Great
Xiao
flash.
Zhang. Wow. Okay. Okay, that was not expected by SMK. He thought his tactical sweep is gonna allow him to have a little bit of a heal there. But no, Xiao Zhang flashed in, get the auto attack, negated the healing from that tactical sweep, and just went for that combination. And to think that SMK was actually the one to initiate the fight with Hextech Ultimate, Xiao Zhang just outmaneuvered, outplayed him in that fight. Now he actually goes in once more. A lot of pokes coming in. Will he go in after that? You know, tornado connecting? No, it will just play to his strengths, almost actually destroying this tower, which is a win condition as well, by the way.
Yep.
Will there be anything
SMK has to? Oh well, he's not going to be able to do much about that. Xiao Zhang wins by tower, and I mean, I remember that you were saying something about the sudden death game. I think it was KBG versus Thunder Talk yesterday, where they were both playing. I think it was Fiora. And they did go to that sudden death. But here, you see that tower win condition coming in for Xiao Zhang. I mean, such a flashy player. Such good plays being done all around. And, you know, that was pretty insane to see. So now, Xiao Zhang.
Entertaining, actually.
He's one pick priority for his team.
So it is going to be EDG. Having the side priority in this game, but I mean, still, before we actually go into the serious side of this series, let us just take a moment to appreciate that outplay coming in from Xiao Zhang. That was, I mean, this is why we love the Yasuo. I mean, it can be a 50-50, but when you make the flashy play, it is going to be a flashy play. And just I can't even think I could pull off that stuff. I mean, it's one of the reasons why it's one of the reasons I use support instead. I mean, it's also quite tactical to use, but I mostly just use a Senna since I do love that champion. But whenever I see a really talented Yasuo player, as well as like Lee Sin's, those champions that are really difficult to use, it always amazes me. You can't help but feel fascinated by their talent in like maneuvering in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was, you know, it's flashy as flashy can be, and we as spectators do love a little bit of flashiness. So Yasuo definitely high up there on the flash factor. So is Lee Sin, so is Riven, so is Zed, and those are some champions that have been used in the 1v1 series of lane. So I want to see, or sorry, I want to know which side EDG will be picking, because we have seen a lot of teams prioritize that red side first, you know, because they do want to get that 2 champion priority. And I mean, I'd love to see them go for they will be going for the red side first.
Interesting, actually, because EDG in their match against FPX actually won both of the games, and both of that games were them being on the blue side. As now as they do decide to be on the red side, I think they're trying to equalize the stats as well. I think they are equally as comfortable being the red side, especially being against OMG. Just like what you said, they are prioritizing the 2-pick priority instead of the 1. And we do see some of the primary champions, high-pick, high-band champions being taken away, just like a Zoe, just like a Senna, just like the Shen. That leaves OMG going back towards the basics, getting the Ziggs. EDG can actually go maybe with the Jace and 1 support. That has been kind of like the trend in our first pick phase on the red side. I'm looking forward to them also securing maybe a Riven as well, given that Xiaojiang had a big performance during their match against FPX with this champion.
Yeah, but no Riven coming out at the moment. It is going to be Jace and Gragas. And okay, Fiora and Galio coming in for OMG. Really good champions, great synergy together. Fiora with the Grand Challenge, and then coming in with the Hero's Entrance. While it's no Camille that can Hextech Ultimatum, I mean, still having the Fiora get that healing field and then just Galio ulting into it, very synergistic. And the Riven though, it will be picked up.
We are gonna be seeing it. We are gonna be seeing it here on for Xiaojiang. And OMG actually is drafting a really nice composition here. You have that side lane control with the Fiora. If ever Wildcat is gonna be the one using it, though, the Fiora can be used as well in the mid. Then we have seen some, players use this champion in the mid lane as well. And it is going to be a big responsibility because the Fiora can also lose, and we have stated this quite a lot of times already. The Fiora can lose when the Riven possess an Ignite, and we have seen some instances as well that the Riven kind of gets the better end in that 1v1 against a Fiora. So let's see how Wildcat is actually going to be doing against Xiaojiang, but their combination is still pretty massive. You have the Mega Inferno Bomb, you have the Hero's Entrance. What they're only needing right now is that extra frontline to help out the Fiora. Maybe they can actually pick up another fighter here for themselves to set up the place, set up the tempo. Maybe an assassin as well to help out finish up a team fight in their favor. But EDG actually having to go with a safer route, utilizing and banking on more crowd control with the Wukong suits their composition much better because they have the Gragas for the disengage already. They're banking on now on more engage. They want to go in and commit.
That's true. And I mean, the Jax here, that's a lot of commitment here from OMG. They're committing to the scaling composition. And then the Akali. So we saw a lot of mid lane priority on the bans. SMK definitely a very scary guy for EDG. So it is going to be an Akali for him, still an assassin, though not the Zed that he might have been looking for. And now, okay, Orianna though. We haven't seen an Orianna yet, I don't think.
Is this going to really happen? Is this going to really happen?
Yeah?
I mean,
Orianna in the bot lane?
We have been quite, hesitant on Orianna's over because of the current standing of like a meta. But let me remind you, Orianna in the Dragon Lane is actually quite popular in the CN conference. They do this quite a lot, especially the WRL 2022 season number 2. They have picked up this champion 25 times, and it actually has a 56% win rate. So it is actually quite reliable. The only thing that you have to consider in using this, and I want just to point out, EDG as well has utilized this champion. They have a 50% win rate on this. And what this really works well with champions that are really heavy on engaging. The Wukong, the Gragas, and both champions actually are in the lineup right now of EDG. So this Orianna might actually just work again as we do it first. We do see it first in the WRL 2023 season number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Orianna with both Wukong and Gragas, that's something to be very scared of, man. Because when they go in, what like you just put the ball on them and then you ult, right? And then it's just the whole team fight's won by that point.
One of the reasons why the Orianna popularity has dropped a little bit, aside from, you know, assassins and fighters and ADCs sometimes, you know, being the ones dominating in the mid lane, aside from the Jays, actually, is that the Orianna, despite it having a really good scaling and really good utility, kind of struggles in terms of dishing out damage. Either you're ahead where you do damage, or when you're on par with your enemy mid laner, and or what's worse, behind, is that you deal absolutely no damage. That is the 50-50 with the Orianna.
I mean, then she just becomes a utility champion where you try to win team fights off of the strength of her ultimate, even though it doesn't really do all the damage in the world. So we'll see, because like she's still going up against a Ziggs, and the Ziggs is like such a decent champion in today's meta.
Oh yeah. So we are going to be looking forward to how this champion is actually going to do against Ziggs. Naturally, it's going to be even, but in terms of team fight, the reliability of just the Mega Inferno Bomb is making things simpler for team fights. Especially that you only have to throw it when the team fight is happening. You do a massive amount of damage, and basically if you throw the Mega Inferno Bomb, you have done your job already. With the Shockwave, you have some chances of error, actually higher chances of error, because you have to either command attack into the Shockwave, but you have lesser range with that, or command protect into a Shockwave. But if you mess it up, you mess it up entirely, because you only have a certain distance on a radius of your command protect or for your orb. But if you miss that, then that's going to be quite disastrous on your intended team fight strategy.
Yeah, that could be, you know, the definition between winning or losing a team fight is the placement of your ball and how prepared you are to command attack or just shockwave into it. Now Xiao Zhang and Whitecat getting into it a little bit, but so far not all too much big pressure coming in from the jungle. Shang Dao though, he's gonna be coming in with maybe coming in. He just kind of stood there while Hootie and you scrapped with Monster. So this is still anybody's game. These Chinese teams very, very careful not to give anything away at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, Hootie is very, very strong in using this Gragas, and it's gonna be much really, really comfortable in this particular game. What we have to be very careful of is actually for the bot lane. I think it might be a difficult time for this Orianna in the early game if OMG actually decides to gank here in the bottom lane. But so far things are looking good here for EDG. They're not being extra aggressive, but they're managing to scale up as well. Equal amount of gold, and they're just waiting for the first objective in the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you do at this point? You just need to get your game plan going, and right now both teams, without risking anything, they are just going even in gold. I don't think we're going to be seeing like a huge team fight breakout or an ambitious dive come out for maybe a little bit. Because Whitecat though, he may be a decent target here. He is like half health right now, but Chengdu has not been able to do all too much. Yang Dao. But Xiao Zhang though, he may be onto something here. Hootie trying to invade a little bit, does not get the blue buff. Just you can see the presence though from both teams coming in.
It's Hootie. Hudia.
Udi.
It's actually interesting how to I mean, it is quite difficult on my end to pronounce some of the names here of the ASEAN Conference players, but it's also quite interesting and entertaining to see how they make it. Some of which are read in like how we do it in like English or Filipino, but
yeah,
some are actually quite more into the pronunciation in Chinese. So it's more of like preference again in the player, I guess, but it's also quite entertaining to just study how the pronunciation is.
True. I mean, Shang Dao though, going to be taking this Infernal Drake pretty free. Nobody knows he's even there. But across the map we do see a little bit of a contest here in the Rift Herald. EDG, they are looking for more here against OMG, so they have to abandon the Baron. No, Inyan is still on it. So they're just going to trade objectives, no kills given by either side. Just very objective focus, not really looking to scrap as much as, say, the APAC teams were willing to earlier. Now Jagged Whitecat now getting into it, trying to scrap a little bit, but that Riven versus Jax matchup is not in favor of that Jax. SMK getting taken very low, but will be able to get out of there really quickly. Oh, okay, now Jagged, he's getting a rest on, and he goes for the Cyclone Monster, trying to go for Mortar, but does not find anything. These teams are just so cautious, they don't want to be the one to give a first blood here.
Yep.
Okay, so this would be it. No, Xiao Zhang, he got a lot of damage. What a that's some great execution, but he just did not have enough damage. Just a tiny bit off to get the kill on the Jax.
An almost kill, but still a nice try coming in here from Xiao Zhang. It did force the flash of Whitecat, so maybe can try once again. Mid lane though, Monster is starting to make some play here. They have spawned the Rift Herald up and will be able to do some damage here in the tower, so good placement nonetheless. And the GG, they're just efficiently defending for the meantime. No fight whatsoever. I think this has been the calmest game we have seen as of today. 7 minutes in, no team fight, just no massive team fight just yet. I think the most hot spot has been top lane, but maybe this one is gonna be the hotter one.
No, not even a kill there, unfortunately for these teams. Okay, so this is going to be a dive, and it's going to be a very big dive. Whitecat getting taken out very low, but he's not dead yet. He's got the counter-strike on, and he stuns all three of them. However, that's not enough, because the monkey does get him. And that's going to be the first kill of the game.
First tower as well. So that is a massive lead by EDG building up towards the side lane. We do see as well you winning in this bottom lane against SMK. So that signifies EDG basically winning 2 lanes at the same time. And what that says is that OMG's side lane control will be in trouble, because you have the Jax, and that's pretty much his, job. As well as Inyan later on with the Fiora. I mean, we do still see the Fiora having a big responsibility in split pushing, sometimes in a mid to late game, as well as SMK. But with both Whitecat and SMK losing, that is already bad news for OMG. So it's up to one-on-one now in the mid lane to, prevent EDG from having access towards his tower.
Exactly, and one-on-one, he has a pretty big job ahead of him, man. Shang Dao though, going to get out of there very quick. Like these teams, man, I cannot stress how safe they both are. SMK now getting a little bit of pressure here. It's kind of hard to talk about it when there's really not all too much happening. Just a lot of macro movements. We just got the first blood, and after that, there's not much more. Both of these teams, man, so incredibly safe. Like, even with their picks, not super risky. Just some high-level wild rift. Yeah, maybe this time, but maybe not.
Well, yeah. I mean, both of them are just trying to gauge each other down. 20 seconds though before the RH does the respawn, and I think EDG might want to give back a couple of damage towards OMG's first tower after they have lost 3 plates in theirs earlier. And they are also, having their reset already set up. Visions is kind of even on both sides in the top side river. But OMG actually might get caught here. They're too deep.
Hoodie is here. They are very deep, but they are able to get out so far. Yu's trying to bully them. Yan gets a little bit of damage onto Hoodie. Alone is there as well. And he's the one who gets caught out. And okay, not really caught out. Less caught out. More just position checking here. Coming from OMG. Because they don't really want to risk all too much. Neither team. So they're just gonna fight over this this red buff. Or this blue buff, sorry.
Well, they are gonna be ditching it in a short while. With the Mountain Dragon spawning up, I think the attention, the interest here of both teams actually have shifted towards this bottom side river. But we have to take into account, EDG is still the one taking control. They still possess 4,000 gold lead over the course of this 10.5 minutes, and they are actually starting this Mountain Dragon as well. And OMG have very little angles into this. Monster is still far away. It doesn't have a flash. It's gonna go in anyway. They're gonna go in. Xiao Zhang.
Oh, there we go. And finally, Chengdu is very, very low. So incredibly low. Xiao Zhang, a lot of damage, but he's now low too. The monkey is the one who goes down first. White Cat almost bit the dust there, if not for the shield. And now, let's see, Mega Inferno Bomb. Hoodie is incredibly low. Alone is not alone. And even though that was a huge explosive fight, we only saw 1 kill result out of it. Sorry, 2 kills, 1 for 1. And it is just... This is such a safe game for both teams, although look at the gold difference now. And let's take a look at that replay.
Yeah, Monster wanted to go in, doesn't have a flash, did connect 2 on those Shield of the Run, but the follow-up wasn't really there. EDG actually managed to slap them back, almost getting actually 2 kills in that fight and basically negating the intention there of OMG. The only thing good about that fight is that OMG actually prevented EDG from getting this Mountain Dragon. It is relatively tanky, and EDG would need to reset in order to actually start theirs once again. And they're back on square one. This time, Monster might actually possess the flash, but no hero's entrance just yet. And this is going to be a bit of a complicated fight. EDG strives more in this fight, but there is a flash. White Cat, SMK. Engage for the bomb.
And look at that, the big entrance. White Cat, he does go in, he doesn't go down though. And Yan is there. Who's going to get the smite? It's, oh my god, it's gonna be so close. The shockwave lands on one person. The Drake is still alive, but the Fiora is down. Monster's incredibly low. Shang goes low. Shang goes down. SMK goes down, and suddenly EDG are on the front foot. They've gotten 3 kills off of 4 kills off of that. Actually, it's just their Kali now on the side of OMG, and EDG have gotten everything that they wanted, as well as the dragon.
It was a nice intention coming from OMG, but EDG still possessed that AoE crowd control, AoE damage. They tried to pincer them inside this dragon pit, but the pokes are really massive. Xiao Zhang zoning them away and actually cutting the forces there. Hero's entrance a little bit late as well. Though props onto SMK, he actually dealt a lot of damage, especially with his perfect execution, killing even Shengdo 7 there. But it's just 2 people in exchange for 4. EDG still got most out of that situation. Now it's helping them scale up even better. 6,000 gold lead, 2 dragon stacks, and just everything on the board here for EDG.
Yeah, EDG, man, they have gotten like such a big foot up after that one fight. It's kind of insane. And now OMG, they have no outer turrets. They have no Drakes, and it's just, I don't know, OMG, they what can they do from this point? Because EDG is not going to make mistakes unless they're forced into it. Now OMG, what they want to do is make those mistakes, or not make those mistakes, make EDG commit those mistakes, but it's so difficult in this situation now.
I think the key factor here is SMK. Definitely, even if EDG has really strong crowd control, some of their champions are still relatively squishy, primarily Alone and you. So those champions are actually going to be the key targets here of SMK. The job of White Cat and Yan is actually to prevent those front lines from penetrating towards one-on-one. So I think that can be a good strategy set in play here for OMG. See, we do see the shockwave damage being a little bit high onto Inyan, but primarily because he took most of the damage, especially with the command attack as well. But EDG still has some signs of weakness here, and that should be the responsibility here, the target of OMG. Find that weak spot, especially in order to reach the back line, and don't hesitate. Try to be as coordinated as possible since they're the ones who has the Galio. Monster can just use that hero's entrance.
Oh, speaking of Monster, I thought he was going to get engaged on there, but EDG, they don't want to risk it.
Yeah, they can just play this out.
Oh, who do you know? He's risking this. He goes for explosive. Guess White Cat, though, he's going to get rescued by the hero's entrance. The shield from that and the magic shield. Now, that means that EDG, they have to get as much as they can, and they do get a tower from that, even though they didn't get the kill.
Oh yeah, I mean, EDG are going to be looking for picks. They're going to be looking for fights. They're going to be looking for ways for them to actually start this Baron, because we're already at the 15-minute mark. And EDG already possess the capability to start this Baron up. In OMG, they're the ones who are looking at them and trying to pose a problem for them. It's just going to be very difficult, given that this top side river is being controlled massively by EDG. One mistake can actually lead onto EDG's ending of this game number 1. That's how big of a lead they already possess. Split push by Xiao Jiang as well. SMK doing massive work, preventing this tower from falling up. But the wave actually will oh, okay, 8 HP.
Ooh, okay. So, let's see now, because OMG, they are not in the best of positions. While they can still make their way back into this fight, they have to be incredibly careful, because going into a team fight with the Shockwave being a threat, it's not the best thing. It's not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to force fights wherein you're the one not prepared. And OMG is simply not prepared at all right now in this game. They do have a scaling, so I think we have established that already multiple times. But they still aren't online just yet. They're going to be forced here by EDG though, as we are about to see them attempt to get their 3rd dragon of the game. This is also going to be an Ocean Dragon. So in terms of sustain, well, you can maximize your win rate by securing all of the elemental drakes. And that is the goal here of EDG. They're not just going on with just aggression. They want scaling as well. They want perfection in this game number 1. And OMG has been on the back end of this game for 17 long minutes. And if they make one crucial mistake, can be the end of it.
That could be it. I mean, just a tiny mistake could be the difference between life and death here for either team. I'm being honest here.
Oh! Shockwave!
Oh my god! Okay, that is a big shockwave. Now let's see what they can convert off of it. And Shangdao incredibly low. The hero's entrance comes in, so does the Mega Inferno Bomb. And okay, so there's one kill onto the Ziggs at the very least. White Cat now on. He is on to Shangdao. Shangdao goes down to the Akali, but the rest of EDG, they have gotten the Galio. That is a 2-for-1. Fiora is on the back foot. She has to go back, and this is EDG. They only lost one member. They're still pretty healthy, so they are still aggressing. 8 HP on this tower. White Cat desperately trying to save it, and he does succeed. A very, very interesting series of events happened right there. And the SMK just risking quite a bit. I think we are going to be going the distance here. Giang, they 18 minutes in, and these teams just do not want to take many risks, and that is a huge flash. Body slam the shockwave as well. Baited stasis off of 2 members.
The only cause of EDG not having a clean ace in that fight is just a small delay in the shockwave. That's the only thing. But the body slam of Hudia was actually massive. Body slam into flash, but that one slight millisecond of a delay into the shockwave allowed OMG to actually pop in the stasis and stall and just try to fall back. On losing only 2 people in exchange for 1 is good, really good. Xiao Jiang actually popped in the shield just to stay alive. OMG has to contest it. They have to turn, but they're the ones actually being turned.
Oh yeah, and now OMG, they tried to contest, but now they're
Xiao
on
Jiang?
the back foot. Xiao Jiang, he is wow, this for the bodies that are the justice punch to get up there, and that means that OMG they have lost one member for pretty much free, and they have to get out of there. And that dragon is going to be going to the side of EDG. Obviously, like no matter what they do now, EDG just they have so much map control that and pressure that it's going to be difficult for OMG to do anything. So
And
Elder
this Elder
Drake coming
Dragon,
in, it's going to be a game definer now. EDG, they're gonna take this very easily. OMG, they have to make a desperation play here and pray that it works.
10 seconds before Monster to actually spawn back up. SMK going with a 1v1 against Xiao Jiang, but it's actually struggling here. And it sends the flash in! Oh my god, goes into stage, but still has to win slash to actually secure the kill. The kill is not successful, but now 2000 on the Elder Dragon. Can they actually get a steal?
They might be able to because OMG Monster is there. He's gone for the hero's entrance and
No
no steal. But it was the Oriana and not the Smite that secured it. Unfortunate for EDG. But OMG, they have to get out of there. They did secure one kill, but that's all they can afford with the Elder Drake buff on EDG.
They actually sacrificed two people there. Sheng Dao and Huria actually died in that fight to allow EDG to have that space. And they did secure the Elder Dragon. I think that's the most important thing. But we now see OMG actually starting to fight back. They have caught one.
Oh, let's see. That was a big shockwave coming in as well. OMG, they are on the front foot now though. They have forced into stasis one member. It wasn't Oriana, but look at that. The health. The Guardian Angel got popped right there. He is on the back foot. He has to get out of there.
He was able to, and I think we're starting to see OMG now starting to fight back. 8,000 gold in the while ago, slowly being chipped off. OMG started to scale up. We do see SMK dealing massive damage. Whitecat no longer hesitating going in. And EDG starting to feel pressure. They have exchanged two people just to secure the Elder Dragon a while ago, and despite them getting it, they haven't gotten any kills just yet. So now, with the Baron available, I think this is going to be quite challenging for EDG. We haven't seen them setting up just yet in this topside river. Why? Because they know that if they force Baron, they can actually lose the fight. OMG will commit and will force them to just go into that 50-50 smite and might actually go towards OMG.
And that is what OMG is counting on, because they can still win this, but they have to, they have to basically claw it back from the brink of death, and that's what they've been doing. That's what has been happening. But can they make it, can they do the final challenge here, which is outsmiting the Baron, and then going for an end after an ace? So will EDG let them get the ace?
I mean, let's see. EDG so far is pacing themselves. We do see now almost full build on the solo carries of OMG. Full build on SMK. Almost almost a wit's end here, actually, onto Whitecat. So this is their time to actually shine. Whitecat should be winning against Xiao Jiang right now, given his itemizations. But we haven't actually seen him testing it out just yet. He's mostly there with his allies, with the other OMG members, as EDG is always kind of pulling them towards this objective in the topside river. SMK took a shock blast there, but not much damage actually felt. And in the meantime, now we do see Whitecat. He does possess a teleport, if I'm not mistaken, and can actually use it towards this Baron fight, which is EDG starting right now. No vision just yet. OMG, they don't know this. I mean, they do know, but they don't have any vision to actually contest this. And this is going to be big for EDG.
Very free. Very free. Very free. And now EDG, they can push as much as they want. And
they're going to be pushing it.
This means for OMG is that they have to make a last stand at their base. Treat it like the Alamo. Because there is no way that they can take a fight in clear air right now.
And EDG, they're Playing it out safe. They are gonna be forcing that hero's entrance. Xiao Jiang might be in trouble. Here comes Xing Dao.
Ooh, he's been in a lot of trouble. Monster's in a lot of trouble though. And he's going to almost get taken down, but he just barely lives with the stasis. Now, lots of almost but not quite here for both teams, for both sides. Xinyan though is going to be the first one to go. Xin Dao incredibly low. Xiao Zhang as well. SMK gets nothing. He gets one of those. Oh my god, that shockwave did so much help over to SMK. So much damage, and now the Nexus is the one that is going to fall. Xiao Zhang is there. SMK, the last line of defense. He's not going to be able to go for long, and that is it. The first game goes over to EDG.
Fantastic move with that. They played it a little more safe towards the very end, but still it is very much effective. So far, they haven't lost a single game since their match against FPX, and they're looking to have a much better stability over the course of this series. OMG, they had a rough time in the early game. They had some chance in the late game, but that one Baron take, that sneaky Baron takedown by EDG just allowed them to have no more pressure in that game and have the best chances to actually finish up that game. Just one push, one force fight, and they got it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow chokehold for EDG from basically the start of the game. However, there were some very clear ways that OMG could have gone back into it during those Dragon fights, during those Baron fights. Unfortunately, it just wasn't in the cards for them, man. They did not play that to perfection, and because they were so behind, they didn't have enough resources, they didn't have enough damage to take any members of EDG out, even when they were, risking it all, getting very low and then going into stasis. So, big props to EDG. Their control of the game absolutely unmatched.
This is also going to be the first time we have seen an Orianna and first win as well as of this WRL 8 2023 Season 1. And it was well played here by EDG by alone utilizing that Orianna. There were some mistakes, some gaps left out, spaces for escape on the side of OMG, but overall still a massive performance, even landing the highest damage into the game. And look at this gold difference over time. EDG being very stable in the first, let's say 17-18 minutes into the game. There were signs of hope on OMG's side, especially when White Cat and SMK was starting to, get their items and actually deal damage in the fight alongside with the one-on-one. But EDG's timing and back row play was just on point.
It was different.
It was just different. Pivotal in that game, allowing them to get the Baron for free without any threat and just force a fight that OMG wasn't simply prepared of.
Absolutely. And OMG, I mean, they saw how they got a taste of how dominant EDG can be. They've gotten like a sneak preview of how the rest of the series is going to go. So how are they going to adjust to that is going to be the question going into the second game and possibly the third game, because we have seen some crazy comebacks here and some very crisp, I want to say crisp reverse sweeps, especially in the past day or so, and even in the last match. So, while we don't expect it, it's still something to look out for if you're OMG.
I mean, they did a pretty good job here in this game nonetheless. They have suffered a lot, especially with aggressive playstyles and the engages there by EDG, but they managed to hold on for quite a while. 25 minutes is a long game here in Wild Rift, and they did show some signs of coming back in this game. It was just simply unfortunate for them to lose that Baron that they have been looking forward for quite a while. They also weren't able to get the Elder Dragon a while and prior to that, which was quite unfortunate. So maybe as they go towards the second game, maybe they can plan out a different strategy, maybe have someone that can actually do better engages aside from the Jax.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think we lost Yang, but he was just saying that in terms of engaging, the Jax was not as strong as, say, a dedicated engaged champion, and the Fiora jungle did not, you know,
am I back?
Get
Alright.
Get through it. All right, so there you go. Welcome back. Just a tiny bit of a technical problem. Yep.
I was playing Ice Ice
Frozen in
Water,
time.
and someone tagged me.
I love the reference. I love the reference.
Yeah, but I think we are still gonna be seeing a tight series here. EDG still had a bit of a challenge here against OMG, and I think this is going to be a really fun series as well, because their match against FPX was actually very similar to this, 22 minutes and 24 minutes. So far, this has been the longest, so maybe OMG can stall it much better. Maybe they can swing it back. Surprise, EDG.
Yeah, who knows? But to find out, you guys are going to have to keep tuning in to the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season 1. We are going to be coming back with game number 2. Can OMG come back against EDG? That remains to be seen. We'll see you after the break.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 That's what I want.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still watching Wild Rift League Asia 2023. Dare to go wild. My name is Houston. Coming at you, with me is Yang, and we just saw a really long game between EDG and OMG, where EDG absolutely had the advantage for the entirety of the game, and they had a slow chokehold to the finish. Will OMG be able to come back? We'll find out in this game.
I mean, it is possible given the situation that we have seen OMG fighting back, resisting the forces of EDG, despite, being beaten down quite a lot in the early game towards mid game. It did take a while for EDG to end it, but I think they are also, just trying to play it out safe, making sure that they won't get too over aggressive, too overzealous, and be punished. Because I think what a team would really hate to happen is having a big lead in the early game and just throw it away in one team fight just because they wanted to end the game too quickly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, EDG, they were really good at risk management, and OMG, they were, they also didn't want to take all too many risks. However, they just did not, because they didn't want to take too many risks, they didn't take as many opportunities, as EDG did. So they were always on the defensive, always on the back foot. So hopefully this time they'll be able to be a little bit more proactive against EDG, and EDG may find them a little bit more formidable.
Let's see what OMG is going to strategize this time in game number 2, because so far EDG is the one being a little bit more on the creative side. Popping out that Oriana for alone was definitely massive in that particular game. And also now we are going to be seeing EDG back on the blue side, in which they won both of the games against FPX. So we can see them now threatening for first picks on these meta champions. Maybe they would want to pick up the Camille, or maybe they would want to be the one to use a Jax that actually was the first Jax we have seen win in the whole of 20 and of this tournament. I mean,
yeah, I mean, since then we really haven't. While it was the first one we saw win, it wasn't the one that we saw win the best. So
yeah.
That came yesterday in the KBG versus Thundertalk game.
No, versus
KT versus Cerberus, where the Jax absolutely was the key to the game, and that wasn't really common, even though it did win already before. So hopefully we see something a bit more creative this time. So we still got kind of the standard bans, a little bit of respect ban here on the Akali as well. Nautilus, though, I don't see that as being like a super good ban.
Camille is open. EDG had a fantastic performance with his champion, so they will first pick it for sure. Yep. Basically, I have predicted this, and it does make a lot of sense. OMG will have their hands though on the Ziggs and possibly the Galio again, in which 1-on-1 actually did a pretty good job, stalling out the game. I think he was actually the last barrier of EDG to penetrate in that game number 1. And we are going to be looking forward to seeing him once again with his champion, though they are hovering. If you're as of the moment to try and maybe contest EDG here, but take note that EDG actually used the Camille in the mid lane by you, not on the Baron lane by Xiao Jiang. So they can actually flex this in the mid lane or even jungle. I mean, this champion has a massive amount of experience being used in all solo role lanes and also jungle as well. OMG actually picks up the Jace alongside with Fiora.
That's pretty good, because Jace can get into the jungle as well as in any of the solo lanes. So very flexible champ.
So they are going to be giving the Gragas away. Ooh, this is going to be a huge one. I actually went silent about this if ever OMG or EDG gets it. But we do see EDG being the one to actually prioritize the Aatrox. Given that the Gwen is available for the take, and they will just trade it out, and OMG will be the one to possess this champion. What we so far have seen today being used once by Invade Gaming, and Merlin had a really good time using this champion. But let's see if Enyan or Whitecap, depending on who is actually going to be using this champion, have a good time as well with the Gwen. Because EDG, they're backing up this lineup with so much engage power. The only thing they need right now is maybe a Karma. Oh, okay. OMG has read it completely, which is pretty good.
They were like, no Karma for you. Good ban there.
I'm gonna be whispering something though. that is open right now, a Yumi, and it hasn't been banned away for quite a while. But take note, OMG is actually the one who will be able to pick a champion in this second pick phase. So they have a chance to steal this Yumi out. But if they don't snuff it, sniff out the intention here of EDG, then it's going to be very, it can be a tool for EDG in picking up this Yumi for the Aatrox. And when you pair these champions together, it's just so irritating. Though they do have the Gragas, so I mean that is already like the support line here for EDG. Just really looking forward to seeing the Aatrox Yumi once again.
Definitely. I mean, the Aatrox, it has a ban percent of 92 and a pick percent of 8%. So this Aatrox has been either banned or picked in every single game in the Wild Rift League Asia regular season so far. Now this Zed though on you, they did ban this out against SMK earlier, but now with you on the Zed, I'm still looking a little bit iffy, but with the Aatrox, this could still be a really good pick because you have the Aatrox in the front absorbing literally every single point of damage, and the Zed can just go for those assassinations on the Porky and maybe the Gwen. The set though for Monster, I like seeing that. We saw a really good set yesterday too.
Well, the thing I'm really excited about right now is that, well, not only are we gonna be able to see again alone picking up this Orianna, but also we are gonna be seeing you on the Zed, and he is really strong on this champion. And they also recently against FPX went against a Zed by Sky twice in a row, but it simply wasn't enough to actually take down EDG. And now it's gonna be you to be performing massive amount of outplays with this Zed pick off. And this is actually a really clean lineup that EDG has drafted. You have good early game, you have massive amount of scaling, you have good engage and also disengage. Wave clear as well is really open here for EDG because you have the Orianna. So in terms of finding a weakness in this draft, it's going to be very difficult for OMG. But let's see if the set can have a big factor in this game as well. This is the second time we are going to be seeing it. In the first time we have seen it is actually the MVP of that particular batch. Let's see if OMG can pull off a game number 3.
Alright, so now let's get into the game. We are going to be going into Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. EDG, they are at match point. OMG, can they stem the tides here? Because it is very difficult to go up against EDG, one of the top Chinese teams right now. And definitely with some of the most talented players in the country, in the region, if not the planet, at the moment in Wild Rift.
Yep. That is a good statement to say. I mean, the CN Conference basically the ones dominating the Wild Rift scene as of the moment, especially in their very, very highly competitive region. And we do see the APAC region teams as well, you know, trying to compete against the CN Conference, some of which have won already. But in here, it's still just a CN Conference versus CN Chinese region team. OMG just gonna be playing it slow as well in the early game. I think in this match we might actually see this game very similar to game number 1, since all these champions, almost all, actually would love to scale into the late game, except for the one of you and SMK, and maybe a little bit onto Whitecat and Shaozan, since they're gonna be looking to bully each other out. Just have that leverage in the laning phase.
I mean, all champions will be able to better, you know, come out. Those high are a whole different story. I mean, you though, he can, like, he has a really good, he's effective in the mid, able to get some kills going. But EDG has been played to have a super late incredibly. They don't really want to give up much. Neither does OMG. That said, it's going to on. Just because it knows that that's going to be the place. Look at this. Everybody from EDG backing at the same time, getting a reset for the entire right now. That does give some breathing room here. Just
this is the preparation before the first objective, wherein they are going to be forcing out a fight and try to get something across the map. I am gonna give the edge actually towards the side of the EDG, despite OMG having this Jace doing massive amount of impact in the game. Top side though, Xiao Jiang and Whitecat do too well. But the Hextech ultimatum is not gonna push through for Xiao Jiang. Respecting the oh, mid lane. Oh no, you actually fell down.
You found out. You messed around and found out. You actually. Great kill there. Barely got into his ultimate. And that is the first blood. Or sorry, that's 2 kills already. 1 now. Whitecat is the next target maybe from Hootie, but no, Monster is there to keep him safe as well. 1 for 1 here, but it was the Gwen who got the kill on the Zed instead of the J. So that is going to accelerate the Zed a little bit, but not as much as he would have liked if he got a scot-free. But that does mean that you does have the freedom to kind of start roaming out. Wow, that shock blast still did hella damage right now.
Yeah, SMK definitely, you know, preventing you from having any influence so far in this early game. Him dying signifies that he might actually struggle a little bit more in the next coming minutes, especially with the objective spawning up in the next minute exactly. Ocean Dragon and a Rift Herald. EDG might actually be a bit interested in the RH, but given that OMG wants to get this dragon, it might actually force them to rotate in the bot lane after this.
No, he's going to go into this. There's the explosive cast, and now Monster is in a lot of trouble. He's gonna be flashing out, but will he be going down? Hextech ultimatum goes up, and he does go for the showstopper. He stops the show, and he stops him getting killed for just a little bit, but he does still go down. 1 for 1 though, because a little bit too far on the dive by the Camille means that the game is still even.
Yeah, that was a little bit over ambitious there by EDG. Yeah, you do have the capability to kill 1, but there is a big chance for the enemy team to actually stop them, and it actually is quite difficult to kill the set. That buying of time by Monster just allowed OMG to get that 1 for 1. Oh, actually a 3 kills if ever OMG was able to close in the distance, and Monster is going to be a big problem here in the fight, especially with the Haymaker and the Showstopper. Basically, those 2 skills are just what makes the set so irritating in a fight. It is an exchange of objectives. OMG actually going to be going with the scaling 1, but EDG wants to actually take this tier 1 tower down.
Yeah, and EDG, they are risking it all for this tower. They are risking it all for the dive. Monster is incredibly low, and Xiao Jiang goes on him once again, and he goes for the showstopper right back into tower rage, and Xiao Jiang is the one who pays for his life. Whitecat is there. He does get another kill, and this means that Chengdo, he does have to kill Whitecat in order to make it even, but the tower's going to go down to the Rift Herald while he's there. And the Aatrox, oh my god, he got riposted! The parry, keeping Whitecat alive and killing Chengdo almost. But he gets back and is able to heal, but that turret will be going down to the Rift Herald. That means that OMG, they have 1 more kill now, and EDG, they are playing a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more proactively, but are they going a little bit too far?
I mean, if you take the gold into account after that RH, actually it is kind of a win here by OMG, plus the good funneling going towards Whitecat is really massive here for OMG. He's actually the one who can create some problems here from EDG, especially with the side gate control. If you can win against the Zed, against the Camille, and against the Aatrox, then it would force EDG to send out more people over to side lane. If they send out more people, then OMG can actually cut them in a fight and cross them in their paths. Right now, we do see Inyan actually having a 2-0 scoreline for him, same as Whitecat, and both of these champions are actually going to be very scary towards the late game. And SMK, I think his job right now is just for split push primarily, since it does possess the Hull Breaker. Typical Jace in the side lanes. Ooh, 1v1 again.
Okay, now the big 1v1. Whitecat, he does go incredibly low. Xiaojang does not have the Hextech ultimatum there to chase him down and keep him locked down. So that is a little bit of a failed 1v1 right there. A great attempt, but sadly, the Fiora was a little bit too slippery.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have your lunges to just escape. And it was still a relatively good win by Xiaojang, at the very least. At least on the side lanes, he does have full control. And if Whitecat overextends even a little bit, he will get punished. That's basically what the Xiaojang is saying right now in the top lane. So far, OMG might need to send out a couple of more resources, but mid lane is a bit of a contest as of the meantime. No objective just yet. It's basically just them sizing up onto each other, trying to get more vision inside their jungle camps so that they can track each other down. But with SMK alone here in the bottom lane.
Dive. Yeah, Shangdao's gonna go on to SMK, but he does knock them both back as he is a Jace. He goes back though, and Shangdao's still tanking turret. He just barely survives. Hootie is now there though. He tries to go for assassination with the Graga, but not quite. This is just everybody escaping by the skin of their teeth, Yang.
Yeah, I mean, even SMK almost killed Shangdao earlier. It was just so fortunate that the cannon minion took the damage from the shock blast. If there was no cannon minion, that could have been a kill. That could have been one big outplay in the bottom lane. Oh yeah.
Now Inyan is in a little bit of danger here. I love how proactive EDG is being, but you know, basically the game is still even. The objectives have not really been super fought over for. They're not really in a team fighting mood, both of these teams. They're more in a, alright, we just want to be safe. We want to bring this to the late game where we have our advantages, which, you know, may be great in some cases, but well, I think that just puts the ticking time bomb on the Zed to when he is you know, a lot less effective than he should be. This could be the first team fight though, as they are fighting over WRL. Shangdao still on it, the rest of OMG, all five of everybody coming in. Showstopper is there, Monster is now locked down, but he has a huge shield, and the explosive gas splits up the fight, and they do get Monster, and now they're gonna be going on to Whitecat and SMK. Shangdao, he does get the kill onto the Fiora, and now another kill onto the Corki. Everybody from OMG are now falling like dominoes one after the other. SMK gotta go down. Inyan, the last man standing. Can he get away? Yes, he can. It's a 4-4-1, and the Rift Herald is on EDG's side. So that was everything that EDG needed to solidify their lead.
A calm has a pass, and suddenly EDG rains on them with their storm. And OMG simply cannot resist at all. That cast by Huria was very massive, splitting up the members of OMG, and then the flash by Shangdao was just cherry on top about all things. Look at this HP, no damage at all from that fight, because he can just sustain himself for days long, dealing maximum damage as well to every single member here of OMG. Now we're going for round 2, but OMG, I think they have to fall back here. Whitecat is getting caught.
Yeah, because Whitecat, he just kind of fell down there. The Dragon's still being taken down. Monster is incredibly low, and it is OMG who secured that. But EDG, they are now on the warpath. They have gotten one kill. They want more, and they will get more. They will get SMK. Adrian now the next on the list, as he is going to be facing on both the Aatrox and the Gwen, and he does get taken out. Sorry, the Camille. The Gwen was facing on the Aatrox and the Camille, and he will get taken out by the Camille. That's 3 more kills under the belt of EDG. They will happily trade a Drake for that.
And EDG is starting to build more a lead. 7,000 gold lead. Though OMG has taken both of the dragons so far, both Ocean and the Mountain Dragon, that's gonna help them in their scaling. But check out how difficult it was for them to actually take it. What was the cost for them to get this objective done? Whitecat got completely obliterated. Shangdao again popped up, though it was a good attempt by Monster to stall him out, to allow Inyan to actually get this dragon for themselves, but they lost 2-3 people just to get the objective think that is just more wins for EDG than OMG actually in this game.
Yeah, and EDG, they've swung the momentum solidly in their favor. They're now orchestrating a 2-0 if they can get to it. Because right now SMK is in the mix. He's gonna get Hextech ultimatum, but now Zhangdo is there. There's nothing that Gwen can do. Inyan can just run away and give that pick over to EDG because now they are looking pretty monstrous. Even though Few is just in the mid lane, it is Zhangdo and the jungler, the Camille, who is looking for picks, but that is going to be the Grog if the cast coming out. They're just trying to get this turret. That shockwave will hit nobody, and OMG, they're still doing a pretty decent job of defending. While Xiaoxiang, is he maybe going up against the Whitecat here? No. He's just gonna get out of there, going to reset for EDG because now the Baron is on the map. They may want to fight.
Yeah, but OMG, I don't think they are going to be able to fight it out. Shengdao is just too fed in this game. 5-5, even Yu is having a bit of a good time right now. Despite him, you know, being bullied a little bit in the early game, especially by SMK and Monster. Right now, it's just everything on the board here of EDG. This 13-minute mark can be a little bit early, but looking at the gold, here is how we do see EDG. When they find an opportunity, they really create more ways for them to get the lead going for themselves. And OMG, we haven't seen them come back in this game just yet. That's a showstopper, though. Onto Shengdao.
There's explosive cask as well. Shengdao. Yeah, he's out of there, and almost. He actually got that red buff alone. He sold it with the shockwave. That's a little bit annoying, but that was never going to be a huge fight, especially with EDG. They're positioning up towards the Baron. So the Baron lane will be the one that's going to be pushing down. They want to get this Baron done and dusted because OMG, what can they really do in a 5v5 team fight? Even with the set, even with all of that setup, as well as the Gwen and the Corki, they kind of still melt. Although Hootie, he does get the double body slam, and now the Zed is on there. He is square, right? But he doesn't do all too much in the bot lane. Xiaoxiang, he is being very distracting. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 up here, and it's going to be all the kills coming in. The Zed ultimate coming onto Monster, and it does pop onto the shield. So he doesn't get the kill on the set right now, but finally, Xiaoxiang, he did get that set down. Next will be the Gwen, and finally in stasis still, one-on-one. One Suka, more like he's gonna go down, and next SMK, they're just funneling one after the other into the hands of EDG. That was a 4 for absolutely nothing, all for free. And now what can he do in a 1 versus 5 as they start knocking on the Nexus door? EDG wants to finish his 2-0. They're like, alright, Whitecat, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. He gets absolutely demolished by 5 members of the team, and EDG take the second game. They destroy the Nexus, and they end the series 2-0.
This time, it's not gonna be a long game. It is a 15-minute swift game by EDG. Definitely a stomp against OMG. And so far, they have been one of the most dominating teams right now in this tournament on the side of the CN Conference. 2-0 against FPX, 22 and 24 minutes. This time, it's ending up a much faster pace, as they continue to be an undefeated team here in the TN Conference. A selfie with these talented players is mandatory.
Yep. After every win, EDG, Edward Gaming. They have a long history as an organization dating back to, original League of Legends in the PC, and the Wild Rift team right now, giving honor to that legacy, man, and they look absolutely unstoppable right now. So calculated, so good at finding opportunities, at finding ways in on the opponent. And OMG, they were just kind of squeezed from the beginning there, just like in the first game, even though it was pretty even up until a certain point, and then it just started accelerating for EDG.
Oh yeah, I mean, this game, second game, or game number 2 has been very, very different from the pace of game number 1. And it's primarily because of how EDG was just able to get anything across the board. And despite the efforts of OMG to try and bully them in the early game, I think Shindo on the Aatrox was just a monster. Xiaojiang as well. There was no retaliation from Wildcat. We did see him trying to fight back a little bit, and we did see him kind of having a bit of an edge at some times, but it's just that EDG is always cooking up something. Maybe a gank, maybe a fight, and at the 8-9 minute mark, we did see what EDG is planning in this game. The first fight that happened, it already dictated what the end of the series might be.
I mean, that is just classic EDG, honestly. Like, the way that they were aggressing and the way that they were absolutely bullying OMG. Same in the first game as in the second. And I honestly don't know if there is a team right now in Wild Rift League Asia that can stop the roll of EDG.
Oh yeah, I mean, Shindo 1-7-8 on this Aatrox, and
7-1-8.
And yeah, just, I mean, he had a good standing early game, but we mostly saw EDG just pummeling them when they actually went into a team fight. The first team fight that happened, we already know, okay, EDG is just going to stomp on OMG, and no resistance at all. Monster actually, you know, did many fantastic work in that particular game. His outplay, his stalling in the top lane when EDG wanted to stall, it was very interesting, but, you know, still not enough actually to save the whole team in that game number 2. So congratulations to EDG. Yeah. They really did well in the series.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they did well is kind of an understatement. They absolutely showed that they are one of the top teams to be scared of here in the Wild Rift League Asia. And if that doesn't send a message to the other teams, I don't know what. So I hope that their next opponent is already studying the Vaz, already concocting a game plan, because you have to be coming in with an advanced plan to go up against EDG if you want to have any chance. Because right now, they just look so clean. They look like they understand every single facet of the game, from the pick and bans to how to execute the composition, how to counterpick, how to counterplay their opponents. So it is just gonna be an uphill battle for anybody who wants to fight them. Of course, Shangdo 7 in the jungle will be getting the MVP for that game.
Oh yeah, that is expected already. I mean, Shangdo 7, just the monster on the Aatrox. I mean, he did well. I mean, he was a beast in that particular game, and we are gonna be setting aside this victory of EDG for a while. I mean, congratulations to them over OMG, still undefeated out of tournament. But we have our next series up. It's going to be Fennel going up against Weibo Gaming. Definitely saving the best for last. Let's see who is gonna be coming on top this time. Will it be a victory for Fennel, or will it be Weibo Gaming?
Yeah, stick around, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be right back after this with Fennel versus Weibo.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want a story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I want is gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend.
Ooh, this that cute and a drama only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon, got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbelieve, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me your fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fight defeat, all demise, the best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And the hand that's in this, gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots, getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive, I'm free and it's my time. Up in the stars, so never forget me. We're not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say steady coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this milestone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Another one they be like me, they can try. All gold, they think when I write. Come and fit every legend, gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire, out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive, I'm free and it's my time. I'm
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven in my love. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectre UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon-specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode. A combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
拿下下一个第一。
There to go Violet.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team 7rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let go by。提起他的打友杯吧。历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归宿。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are now watching the final match of the day here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 Season 1, Day number 4. My name is Jitan Kibanachi. With me is Gi Yang. And right now we're going to be watching Fennel versus Weibo Gaming.
This is going to be ecstatic. This is going to be electrifying. Fennel going to be having their first game ever in this tournament. Weibo Gaming, we have seen them already in yesterday's match. I mean, during the Saturday match against JDG. But we haven't seen them pop off just yet. If we recall their match against JDG, it actually was a 0-2 series against them. So they're still finding their groove into this tournament. But now, they have to face against Manila, Fennel, Ryuken, Trevor, Acker, Danny, Arisen. These talented players with strong foundations already have been collected by this organization to make most out of this tournament. And they're just, I mean, we can see this this highlight right now of their team. Second in the Champions Southeast Asia 2022 Philippines, 5th and 6th in the Champions Southeast Asia 2022. But they have more achievements aside from that. They even landed first in the Asia WRL Legends, but against Team Flash in the finals. They landed second in the 31st Southeast Asia Games to the Men's PH Qualifier, second in the Champions Southeast Asia 2022 PH Qualifier as well. Just lost against RRQ at that time in the Grand Final. And these players have a vast amount of experience in this game as well. One of the players we are going to be looking forward to seeing here as well is, of course, our members that came from Team Secret. Trevor and what do you call that? my bad on that. Trevor definitely is a player that we have been looking at for quite a while now. And we even will be seeing their coaching staff here. You know, Rebecca and also General James. James basically shaped Team Secret, being such a key player as a support role at that time. He is going to be the analyst here with Rebecca, of course, helping them out achieve this victory, or attempt to achieve this victory against Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming, on the other hand, will still have their same roster. Vic, Fan, Faye, Chi, and Wake Up. And like how we mentioned earlier, we still haven't seen them, you know, fully pop off in their game against JDG. Maybe this time they can actually pull off a nice victory. It's going to be challenging still, but Fennel is going to be ready for this.
Most definitely. I mean, Fennel, you know, we're very familiar with them. Me and Giang are Filipinos, if you guys did not know. And, you know, we know these guys pretty well. We know how they perform. And we know that Weibo Gaming, even though they did have, you know, a pretty standout, stellar performance, it's still going to be kind of a toss-up here with who wins this game, because Weibo did not have like the best of games. They still had some like great moments in their games, specifically, but they weren't able to clutch out the you know, the W's there that they actually needed. So this time though, against Fennel, one of the more talented and, you know, well-storied organizations in the Philippines, with some incredibly talented players and some very, very smart coaches, it's going to be a challenge for Weibo Gaming, most definitely. I think I mean, we aren't all that biased at all. We know what Fennel is capable of, right? We know exactly their capabilities, and we've seen how Weibo can perform, and it just doesn't stack up equally, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing as well. Just a fun fact. I mean, we're just still on day number 4 as of today. But so far, in all of the games that we have seen,
2023 Wild Rift League
all
Asia 1
Page region teams
coming up is the last game of today. Another exciting WRL CN and WRL Impact matchup.
Already.
I think
Not
everyone
only
is
just
looking forward to Manila
series
Finals
win,
opening
but
game on the WRL stage as much as I am.
And that is
Currently,
already
teams in Philippines win every match. Let's wait and see if Weibo can define WRL CN's honor
is just
today.
going to try and
Let's
secure this
welcome Manila
3-0
Fennel
pride
Weibo
of the
Gaming.
Philippines against a really well-established team. I mean, this is Weibo Gaming. This has a lot of achievements already.
To come to WRL to meet new friends. I bring you a meeting gift. Hope you will like it.
What's the gift?
Alright, I wonder what Trevor's drawing here. This man, he has been.
Okay. Ooh.
It's like a little Porto.
Oh yeah.
Hashtag Apple
We will unlock even more glory. And the first thing we will do is defeat you.
The first thing we'll do is Oh yeah.
I love it.
Classic.
Classic. I love it. They have the brand card. I don't think we're allowed to say it, but here in the Philippines is snacks, and here's a message from Weibo Game. They're going to be like this, so this is going to be a pretty good match. Already potential here.
Oh yeah, I got really excited out of that. I mean, I'm trying to contain myself here, but I think it has to be understandable what we're feeling right now here in this particular game.
BYCK.
Weibo Gaming. Let's see how they are gonna be doing in this game. They will have a solo walk up here in this stage, since
yeah, because unfortunately Fennel is not going out to China. Because they need to get to the playoffs to get to that.
Oh yeah. No creative stuff. No pillows, no anything that they brought into the stage. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think they are gonna be quite serious in this series. I mean, they have yet to secure their first victory series here in this tournament. And I think Weibo Gaming as an organization simply wants to, you know, re-establish their grounds here in this tournament. Take note, they landed third in the Huya the Legend 2023 Season 3 Cup. Just lost to EDG in the lower bracket finals. Landed second place as well in the WRL 2022 Season number 2. Losing only second to Keep Best Gaming in that 1-4 series in the grand final. Second as well in the Demacia Cup. So in terms of competitiveness, this is gonna be a big challenge as well. Again, to Philippines.
下面是打野选手 in the jungle Tripper.
I like that.
下面是中路选手 in the mid lane Acre. 下面是射手选手 In the Dolin Danny。
I love their poses. They're just like it's kind of weird that they're just holding these. You know, they're holding the poses. I mean, the classic esports pose, hands crossed across the chest. Absolutely love it. It's actually a meme in the esports community here in the Philippines. And you know, when you have your hands crossed over your chest, we call it the esports pose. If you guys are not informed yet, but yeah, this is going to be a pretty hype match. Fennel, of course, playing from the home base in Manila, and this man Trevor, I can tell you a little bit about him. He has been playing not just Wild Rift but League of Legends PC as a pro for the longest time. I remember casting one of his games, or quite a few of his games, back when I was casting the pro gaming series here in the olden days of League Esports. So now that he's here on the you know, a pretty decent team on the big stage of Wild Rift, it is really cool to see. I mean, him, Rabenga, who else do I remember from the other Philippine teams? Miramo as well. Very old storied players. I don't want to say old because they're not really that old. They're still pretty young guys, but you know, their experience is that of you know, pros who have been in the scene for a long time. So we're going to be going into the solo game, the 1v1 between the two teams. We're going to have Ryukin versus Chi here on Howling Abyss.
Ooh, okay, it's going to be Chi versus Ryukin. I was hoping to see maybe Trevor here being the one in the fight for sight. But this is going to be an interesting one. Actually, look at this. Fennel, Ryukin, did not ban any champion here. It's basically saying that I'll be comfortable.
You can play whatever you want, dude.
Play whatever you want.
It doesn't matter to Ryukin. Just like just like the characters that he's named after, he's going to bring the fight to you.
I wonder what champion they are going to be using here in this game. I mean, if I'm going to want to see one champion being used here, maybe if they can go with a mirror matchup, maybe pick up a Rammus, just for a fun time here.
That's a fun time.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we'll see a Teemo. You know, that could be pretty fun.
We have seen the team already.
Yeah, but
we're waiting for them. I think there might be a. We are not seeing the picking of the champion.
Yeah.
There might be a problem being experienced here, unless you know it is already okay, since we are seeing on the screen right now WBG Gaming just grouping up there on surrounding Chi already. I think they are gonna be ready, seeing some smiles as well.
Yeah, and maybe here. Alright, so you can just do the little finger hearts there. Is that Ayu?
Alright.
Was that Ayu I saw back there? Very cool. So a lot of like very OG, yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Very OG players here on Fennel's side. What I want to see is the actual game. I wonder when we're gonna get into it, because we usually do see the picking as well. Just a little bit weird that we didn't see it right now, but maybe we'll get to it and we'll show you guys, you know? There you go. We're gonna be resetting it. We're gonna be resetting the picks and bans so that you guys have an opportunity to see for yourself.
Alright. I thought it was Ryukin just simply not banning, or maybe it's still gonna be not banning anything here. Let's see. What will be the selected champion? We are seeing a hover on the ribbon and a Master Yi. Oh, Chi.
Ooh.
Cheeky pick, if ever. He does lock it in. Yeah, lock it in.
Do it.
Okay, it's gonna be a ribbon versus
Master Yi.
Alright.
I love it, Chi. I love it. He's gonna bring out the Chi energies with the Master Yi.
I'm still I mean, Fennel has a big surprise for everybody. And I think that is something that many people, especially the Filipino fans, are waiting for right now in this game and in this series. I've seen kind of like an inkling about it.
Ooh, what is it? What could it be?
There. I mean, there. You are seeing also Coach Kaiser there. I like how, you know, Ryuken has the that fancy cross necklace for additional guidance.
Some bling. Maybe it could also be, you know, like guidance. I'm not very religious, but of course, if it helps you, whatever helps you perform. So we will be getting into the game in just a little bit, ladies and gents. Thanks for your patience. Because
making sure that there's no technical problem on both player ends.
Yeah.
I
And that
believe
is.
there won't be.
There probably won't be. I mean, they're just kind of feeling it out at the moment. They might already actually be in game based on the way that she's communicating. Yeah, I think they're already in the game. Unfortunately, that does mean that we only have a secondhand experience of them playing. We only see their faces and their reactions. So we're gonna try to dissect what's happening based on the players' reactions here. Because Master Yi versus Riven, how do you think that's gonna shake out, Yang?
Well, I am very much a fan of Riven in 1v1s, but I am kind of curious on how it actually is gonna be against a Master Yi. It should be an advantage of a Riven, but I don't really want to think about it anymore. We just want to have a fun time here. Right now in this fight for side, this Aram match between Chi and Ryuken. But it is gonna be the one that's gonna determine who is gonna have that side selection priority. Maybe given that Chi is using the Master, it can be a bit challenging. Let's see.
Ooh, that's one. That may be one.
Oh, okay. Are they in game already?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they are.
If they're in game, since we have seen it here, so maybe that is a kill.
That may be the first, either the first blood or the game itself already.
Or the game itself, possibly.
It does look like she's still playing, so it may just be the first.
If the game is done already, they would be, going back to their thing, or I don't know.
Over and we should have that news already. However, it looks like it's still I
wish it's not. I wish the game hadn't started. I would want to see like how it is gonna actually go down. Especially that it's okay. I think they're playing. I think they're playing now. Oh no! I mean, we see no thumbs connecting onto the phone. No thumbs connected on the phone. Maybe they're just waiting here. I think everyone would love to see this match. This Aram match.
Definitely. Because I mean, Master Yi, I think that is the first time that we've seen that champion here.
It's the first time. Yeah, that's correct. Not yet. Come on, no technical difficulty, please. We just said it.
Please,
there will be
guys,
no technical difficulty, but apparently we are experiencing one. So I guess we can take this time to, just say if for those Filipino fans who want to support the channel, make sure to, give your support or this team. If you're a fan of Weibo Gaming, give your support as well in the comment section.
Yep, let us know who you are rooting for, Weibo or Fennel, if you're Filipino, if you're Chinese. Because of course it helps the teams themselves when they know that their fans are cheering them on. And it lets us know which of you guys are actually watching the stream and listening to us as well.
I mean, who are you rooting for? Will it be Weibo Gaming or will it be Fennel? I mean, either way, it is going to be a good time here for Wild Rift in general.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like the team's kind of celebrating something at the moment. Is it?
Some players are actually preparing right now. So, is the game done? Is it? Are they?
The suspense is killing me, Guillaume.
I mean, this is the first time that it's happened as well. I mean, hopefully we'll see the game still happening. Or what's that sound? What's that sound?
There it is! Yes!
There we go!
We got into it!
Okay! Yay! You are gonna be seeing the game. 1v1 versus Ryuken and Chi. No problem whatsoever.
Massey
we waited
versus
patiently.
Fiora. Or sorry, Riven. Yeah, we waited patiently and we were rewarded.
A big reward. So let's see how Chi actually is gonna be, going against this
Alpha Strike.
Actually, good damage coming from the Master Yi here of Chi. Alpha Strike definitely does do some damage in a 1v1 sense.
I mean, yeah, if there are no minions and you get a solo Alpha Strike, that is just, all the damage is going to be piled up onto Ryuken. So it's going to be up to him to press that stun button right after the Massey's gotten his thing off, his Alpha Strike.
Ignite used by Ryuken just to negate the healing there of Chi, and Chi actually threw his Ignite as well here onto Ryuken. He's trying to do some damage here in this this part.
Alright. So that's a little bit okay, now that's why he chose the Massey. That healing, look at that. That is gonna be so annoying in a 1v1. Now I see the logic behind it. The meditate. Oh man, that meditate is going to be so annoying to deal with for Ryuken because Riven has no natural healing.
Yeah, no matter how many poke you actually do, Chi will just go back into the tower, heal himself right back up into almost full health, and yeah, he's gonna be doing that for a long time. Yeah. Actually going to be quite interesting when we do reach, if we do reach into the sudden death. We have seen it only once so far, the whole of the tournament.
Yeah, in that ABG versus Thunder Talk game.
And Ryuken is taking a bit of damage right now. Chi just sustaining himself as much as possible. That is the goal here when you're using the Master Yi. And given his mana status, looking actually really good. It's just saving it for the meditate as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strategy. This is definitely a strategy. W Max Master Yi. Can't say I'm a big fan of it, but I mean I get it. He doesn't even have to go back at all.
Oh yeah, I mean you have that unlimited healing. Unlimited leaning phase potential in the 1v1 sense. Ooh, Chi though, taking a bit of damage.
Oh my god, let's go Chi.
You may have the meditate, but I have the surprise factors as Ryuken. With that flash in under the tower, gets that first blood. And the BGT now just 1 kill away from winning.
Yeah, immediately as he got his ultimate, he just went for the play. He knew he had enough damage. He had the Black Cleaver already, so that was always going to be that play there for Ryuken.
Now picks up the Shin's plated steel caps, relatively good damage, movement speed, and also some physical damage negation with the plated steel caps. Looking very well now for Fennel and for Ryuken right here. Oh, Ignite gonna be taking here for Chi. Pops in his ult, but actually taking a lot of damage. Wind Slash is gonna be negated here with that meditate. But Chi might actually need to go back into the base unless never mind. We're not gonna be diving anymore. No flash just yet.
Not just yet. And now Ryukin, he has almost gotten the turret down, so Chi needs to defend it very quickly. He has to just keep Ryukin from getting under his tower, but that is a little bit difficult. Now he gets the stun, and now it is the exhaust going on, and she is just so low. The ignite will take down a Ryukin. He gets that kill. The 2 kills go over to Fennel Adversity, and they will be the ones with the side pick advantage.
Very fantastic performance there by Ryukin, as he gets a 2-0 kill there. Again, she almost got taken down at the very end, but still, you know, it would have been a win for him nonetheless. And now, it is going to be the Fennel, which will have the side selection, and this can be a momentum boost for them as well. Well, it's still just the side selection, fight for side that the Fennel has won right now. But we do love a good game, a good 1v1 as always. And that was not expected there by Chi.
Yeah.
Especially that first kill. The flash in by Ryukin. Suddenly, you know,
yeah, that was
Chi
very unexpected, and that did mean that she had absolutely no way to react to it, because, you know, Ryukin just... I mean, we kind of saw the same thing in the last fight for side that we had, right? Just the Riven hitting the ultimate as soon as level 5 came around, and, well, that was all she wrote. Well.
Team Flash actually chose to be on the red side right now. So, we have seen a trend of teams really preferring to be on the red side, having that 2 champion priority after, you know, getting a gauge on what champion will be prioritized by the blue side team. And also, we have seen more aggressive teams and executions actually doing much better on the red side. That has been, you know, kind of being on my mind quite a lot lately.
Yeah.
Except for...
I mean,
Yep.
It just seems like red side has been better overall, you know.
Except for Team Flash earlier. It was quite important.
Except for Team Flash.
Yeah. INV Esports definitely pulled such a big reverse sweep against them. A comeback, rather, in that whole series. And Fennel, after they have established their whole organization right now, so much big support actually on this Filipino region team, getting ready to face off one of the strongest CN Conference team, Weibo Gaming. We have discussed their achievements earlier already, and they are going to be on the blue side as well. What will be the first champion priority here by Weibo Gaming? So far, we are seeing, you know, very standard advance here. Maybe we will see the... well, I'm guessing we won't be seeing the Zoe being available here.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Though Shen so far hasn't been banned away. Let's see.
Yeah, because Shen is just a huge priority for the Chinese comp teams.
Camille, not gonna see the light of day. What do you give? What do you let out open here? You are gonna be respected here onto Ryukin. And the Zoe is not gonna be allowed open. So that leaves the Shen available for the picking. Jace as well, if ever Weibo Gaming wants to prioritize this. It's like Jace is gonna be the option here.
Ooh, okay. I like that Jace pick. That does make it so that Weibo pretty flexible here, and then we'll have to kind of play around, not knowing who the top and jungle and mid are going to be for, you know, the first phase of banning, or banning and picking, because that Jace can pretty much go in any of those lanes depending on what Weibo Gaming needs. So, well, gonna be prioritizing their support, the Nautilus, hard engage. I quite like that.
Normally we do see the Ashe as well being picked up alongside this, if ever.
Not this time, though.
So far in our PH teams. Now it's gonna be a Ziggs actually. Yeah, not this time around. Going for AoE damage here for team fights with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Nautilus gonna be a big pick here for sure inside of Fennel. It just means that they want to make those aggressive plays in the early game, get that single target pick off against Weibo Gaming. The Weibo Gaming now with the Gragas does possess that good engage and disengage capability as well on with the cask.
Yeah, and just a lot of disrupting as well, because just the fact that the Gragas can be in your face at pretty much any time and then go for either an explosive cask or, you know, just go for the body slam. He doesn't even have to go for anything all too fancy. Just a body slam will be enough to satisfy most things. But the Gwen as well could be very deadly here. Probably going to be going into the jungle here for Fan. What will Fennel pick into that, I wonder?
What is Rebenga cooking up for us today, for tonight, as Fennel goes up against Weibo Gaming? Lucian in the mid lane, probably, as Fennel locks it up here for Acker. Quite interesting, as we do see them going in an aggressive lineup. Definitely does have good synergy with the Nautilus as well. Banning away the Yumi, we're not going to be seeing this, as it does have good synergy as well with the Gwen. And Weibo Gaming will lock it in if ever it leaves. It is let open.
Yeah. I mean, Yumi is such a strong champion. We've been talking about her all day, and we haven't seen her. We still won't see her because just she's too strong to be let past the banning phase most of the time. And even when she is, teams don't usually have the right composition to go for a Yumi.
You ban away the Olaf. That just means that FL is gonna bank in on AoE crowd control here. Aside from the Nautilus that they already have right now. What are they gonna be picking off here?
You know what's curious is that we haven't really seen a Kha'Zix pop off so much yet. Shen has
been let out open. Yeah,
that's
and it
something
actually
that
can help so much in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that the Chinese conference teams have such a priority on Shen, and it's just the shielding that he provides with his ultimate. It's almost second to none, man. Like,
oh yeah,
you can save your teammate's life just by pressing your ult button. But now the Varus gonna be covered here. Maybe picked up here for Chi. Yeah, it's gonna be the Varus here. And then a
possibly
Zed.
the Zed. Wow. Okay, Weibo Gaming banking on early game right now. You have really good scaling into the late game as well, especially with the Gwen and the Varus as well. But with the Zed, with the Jace, plays in the early game can actually be made, and you would need that if you want to take down Fennel. And to complete the lineup here of Fennel, this is gonna be a Riven. Definitely an aggressive lineup here of Fennel. You do have the Shen picked up as well. And what lineup are you leaning towards right now, G10? Because I definitely love the ones here on side of Fennel.
I like the Fennel one, yeah.
There is some win conditions established here by Weibo Gaming. Definitely on the Jace Zed part and the Gwen Varus Gragas part as well. Team fight control is gonna be pivotal here for Weibo Gaming if they want to, resist the forces here of Fennel, because there's gonna be no breaks as they go in on team fights for sure.
I mean, so the Shen, right? That's the first time we're seeing that champion. It was let through, and the Chinese conference teams have pretty much permabanned Shen, and I'm excited to see why. I think we are going to see why Shen is such a high priority right now for the Chinese conference teams in the hands of Fennel. Sorry, not Fennel Adversity, but just Fennel now. So I really think that the Shen with the the Nautilus, the Ziggs, all those good champions are going to be very difficult for Weibo Gaming to get past because number one, even if they're at risk, right? The Shen can come in and save their lives, even if the Lucians can gank. It's basically a better version of heroic entrance, just without the CC, right? Because you get the CC from the Shen's taunt after the fact, but it saves you, it gives you a shield, and depending on how tanky your Shen is, he could be a huge factor in the fights. And it looks like Aker actually going to be in the top lane here, going to bully Vic a little bit. Just to keep him on his toes. It's gonna be Zed versus Riven then instead.
Lucian having to be one of the really aggressive top lane champions that you can use, especially in the PC version of this game. When you want to bully the lane, you just pick up a range champion and you would have range advantage. And Lucian is just one of those bullies, not only in like solo lanes. Do see this champion quite massively in all three lanes, mid, top, or even as a standard ADC, especially when you pop in that really good utility support or engage support. Ryzen just saying hi towards Wake Up right now, as both support just want to help out in the Baron.
So he on Wake Up, you are Arisen. That is thematic. I like that.
Oh, all right.
That is funny. That is funny to me. Maybe it's just funny to me, but it's definitely a chuckler.
So far, it is actually a bit of a passive early game for the meantime, but they are cooking up something for sure here. Fennel, it is going to be very difficult to take down Aker. You know why? Simply because of the Shen. Ryzen as well is going to be there to always guard. That gives Aker actually the chance to become extra aggressive in this early game, especially when he gets into level 6. Oh, it is going to be just going all in this. Weibo Gaming will take some time to actually scale up, especially with this Gwen. So the first 10 minutes, it might be actually difficult for them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's going to be up to the junglers here, I think, to really get the game started for either team. Ryuk in there, going to kind of contest Fan here. Treb is there as well. So this is going to be a highly contested Treb. It is going to be Fennel who takes it. Now, it's going to be a little bit of a fight.
Yep, we can take a bit of a damage there. Weibo Gaming will be happy zoning him away for the meantime. Fennel just playing it out slow with this early game. I think they are going to be waiting for the projective for the meantime, trying to have some lane dominance and try to set the tempo of this game right now. Big actually doing a pretty good job here in the top lane. Aker is just forced a little bit back, since if Wake Up is here, there is a potential engage onto this Lucian, and that's something that Fennel is being very careful of.
Yeah, and now it's still a very early game, 3 minutes in, but right now Fennel, I think, just based on the way that they're playing, I don't think they're going to be making ultimately thinking they're going to be giving anything to Weibo. They don't need to give away. They're going to be very cautious, especially with the So it is going to be up to Weibo to try to make something happen, but then the response to that thing happening is going to be absolutely insane from the Fennel side.
Yeah, Nick just being protected here by Wake Up. And this is the thing, I think Weibo Gaming is really banking on Vic, especially here in this game, because he has a big responsibility to resist all those frontline members of Fennel. I mean, especially the Shen later on. It's going to be quite difficult to take down the Shen, especially by Pei, because his job, his role is going to be trying to burst out, to burst out the Ziggs here later on. And if you don't, that's going to spell trouble for sure. Danny's just here, as always, being very consistent on the Ziggs, all up with his Ludens. First items already completed here on most members of Fennel in preparation for this DR.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds left on the Drake, it's going to be a pretty big fight if Weibo does try to initiate it. I think it is going to be Fennel who are going to be a little bit late to it. They did not call down the Lucian. So maybe they just want to go for a death
rush.
And very
there's
cheeky in the
Flash. Yeah, they're going all in here onto the Gragas, but it's gonna be quite interesting because it's Trevor that actually dies, and Weibo Gaming now gets 2 kills just in exchange for absolutely nobody. And now here comes Acker flashing right in. Nice bottom coming in here from Wake Up. Acker throwing down the calling, missing some of the shots. That's gonna be 3 casualties. Make that 4 as Weibo Gaming completely outmatched them in that contest.
That was really bad from Fennel Adversity. They did try to go for a proactive play, however, it was Weibo that was very, very ready, and it just kind of melted in an Acre, flashed into 2 people, tried to go for the exhaust. Big dodge, and then he misses like every single shot of the calling. So unfortunately, Fennel will be taking the big L there, 4 for 0 in terms of kills, but they were still able to get the Drake, so that is one thing in their pockets.
Yeah, tower about to fall down here in the mid lane. This is pretty disaster here for Fennel. Acker throws in the depth charge, but do absolutely nothing here in the mid lane. 6 minutes into the game. Such a big objective already here for Weibo Gaming. And a while ago, it was very unfortunate as well, especially for Acker, because the way that Chi just dodged his, not only his Q, but also the calling a while ago, just negated all the damage capability of Acker in that fight, or of Ryuken in that fight.
Yeah, and there was really quite a difficult route for Fennel to get into that fight, but unfortunately, Weibo, they just they closed that door for them, and now they're trying to close the door on Trevor as well. Very aggressive now by Weibo, now that they know that they have the advantage. They are 4,000 gold up.
Yeah, it's such a big lead in this short amount of time, and oh no, this is not gonna be looking good here for Fennel at all. If you are a fan here of Fennel, might get worried already. 5,200 gold lead. Acker as well with this Lucian might actually struggle, especially against this Gwen later on with the Varus, with the Jace, with the Zed. Absolutely almost no safety for this ADC. For Fennel, I mean, you have the Stand United, but the burst potential is still real on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, not just burst, but you know, being able to control the map and control team fights with their area control abilities, just by having that Varus, just by having the Gragas as well, you kind of dictate how the fights are going to go if you're Weibo Gaming. And Fennel, they just have to kind of respond to that. They have to be able to play for each other and kind of defend each other, but you know, if they're not being proactive, it is still going to be a very difficult way for them to come back into this game. So I want to see how Fennel will kind of react to how Weibo has already set their lead up.
Big responsibility here for Danny, of course, given that he so far is the least struggling player on the side of Fennel. We did see earlier Acker doing some damage, but after that short mishap, it was very detrimental for him. Ryuken has a nice angle here on the brush. Actually, big burst here onto Fan, but still unable to get the kill. Trevor will try to do some damage as well with a taunt, but Big is starting to hurt. Wind Slash can be thrown out, but Big still being on the upper end. Snip, zip away. The shot blast will find the ribbon. And Fennel is just struggling right now. Chi as well with a flash in will secure that kill. Big counterplay again by Weibo Gaming.
Big hit from Weibo Gaming, and they've gotten another 2 kills up in their possession for that. And that means that Fennel is not going to be able to be all too much of a threat now. And that, even though the Shen did come in very timely, it was just the Gwen being Gwen there that just destroyed Ryuken and Trevor in that fight, as well as Fan getting that snipe that big J snipe. Now Chi the flash. Yeah, the flash into the chains of corruption. And now the Herald, very clean take.
Such a clean take. I mean, you have the opportunity to take this because you're basically ahead by a large margin in this game. 6,000 at 10 minutes. Fennel hasn't gotten a single kill yet in this game. This is gonna be a tough mountain to climb if you're a fan of Fennel. And, well, the only good thing that they have gotten so far, well, they did secure the dragon earlier. So, I think that's at least a good sign in terms of scaling. But, with the Herald, that is gonna be the third tower by Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Weibo, they are on that macro grind right now. And Fennel, they can't really find an avenue to respond. They're so behind. They're 7,000 gold behind almost. Yeah, 6.9k noise. And she, oh, what a sight! He's starting to hurt. He's starting to melt down health bars just with his piercing arrows alone, and that is kind of the thing for Varus. Oh my god, the assassination.
Oh, Megan for the bomb. Faye actually making some outplay here, but the dredge line will connect. Finally, Fennel lands their first kill, but still, they have to be very careful. Oh my god! That piercing arrow definitely pierced to the heart there of the Lucian. And Acker did not expect that at all. They wanted to push. Now there is a possible dive from Weibo Gaming. Oh my god, the pokes coming in. Weibo Gaming just messing with them now.
Yeah, and I mean, Weibo. Let's take a look at that replay because it was a good attempt. He just didn't count on the rest of the team being there. And then Arisen getting that Reg line on him. Then Fennel, they got greedy here, and boom! That piercing arrow just executed the Lucian. Very scary Varus right now. 7-1 Weibo. They are incredibly formidable here, and I don't know if Fennel is going to be able to come back from this.
Yeah. 8,000, 9,000, 7,000, 8,000 gold lead right now by Weibo Gaming. And every single tower being threatened in a push. And yeah, Fennel can actually group up, but the problem is the poking. They are going to be going here towards Big, and that is going to be a nice kill. Ever, Megan for the bomb actually missing, but Trevor finally getting that last auto attack, but he is putting himself in harm's way. So it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade at the very end. Weibo Game is still getting a couple of resources despite the efforts of Fennel.
Yeah, and I mean, Fennel, they are putting in a lot of effort, yeah. It's just that, you know, the Weibo gang, they don't want to give anything. They're just playing so clean. They're playing out of their minds right now. What can Fennel really do realistically here? Because that Varus is a terror, that Zed is a terror. That Gwen, you don't want to go up against that Gwen at all in any way, shape, or form. So if you're Fennel...
Look at this stalling.
Yeah, they are just stalling.
Oh no. Oh no, Ryuken, you are in trouble. The moment we saw Wake Up actually chasing him down, slowing him down, that's already a nightmare here for Ryuken. Unfortunately, he dies once again. Fennel simply has no answer right now. Weibo Gaming is basically dictating every single happening here in this game.
Yeah, Weibo just... This is their game. They are dictating the pace. They are dictating Fennel's avenues to get in. They're not even letting them get in at all. There's zero way for Fennel to safely engage here, even if they get a pick.
Oh, they're trying to be connecting, but they're losing a lot of HP already. And Big even survives. You attempt to dive, you're the one who will die. As Weibo Gaming just punishes again an overextension here by Fennel. And to think that this has been, you know, such a one-sided game so far just proves how Weibo Gaming is just so good in this game. You have this replay and how it actually happened. Cast. Man.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo, they are not giving any mercy over to Fennel. it's a massacre, man. They are so incredibly ahead. 10,000 gold lead. We've seen this twice before. And the 2 games we saw it in, the team with 10,000 gold did win. And it's near impossible to come back from this sort of deficit here, especially in a game as fast-paced as Wild Rift.
Yeah.
Take an impression of the tower now too.
Danny threw the Megan for the bomb just to check if Baron is being taken, but it's still a. I mean, if you're Fenrir right there, what is going on in your mind now? I mean, how are you going to come back from this? This is such a big blunder, a big obstacle that they are facing right now. 15 minutes into the game, yeah, there is still some fight left in them. But what is your option here in this game? Do you force a fight? Do you try to set up a chill point here? A death brush? Do you contest them and try to steal out an objective? Because right now, at this point in the game, 16 minutes in, just one ace can actually lead to at least Weibo Gaming getting an inhibitor tower, or maybe even ending the game. They're just that fed now.
Yeah, off of one team fight, based on how the game state is, if Battle gets aced, they could just lose the game outright. I mean, the Weibo has so much damage; they can push down the towers really quickly, and look at that in the top of the screen.
You can take a bit of damage there from Faye. Wake Up just being that zone control here of Weibo Gaming. Actually, Ryuken going in, wind slash, but insufficient damage actually to get that kill. Making for the bomb gonna be enough. A 1-for-1 trade, but Shock Blast doing work. Here comes a flank from Pick on the sideline. Snip, sip away as it deals the damage here. Alright, it goes into stasis, but only buys enough time for Fennel to actually escape. Now with 2 people down, Weibo transitions towards this dragon.
Yeah, and Weibo most definitely will be getting this dragon. No one from Fennel can actually contest if they want to keep this game, alive. If they want to keep their heads in the game, they have to find another way in. They have to wait for another risky play from Fennel, or for Weibo. This could be the big that we were looking for.
Escape path already cut off. Flash gonna be used. Maybe has the fighting chance to escape. So actually, never mind. Weibo Gaming just chased him down, basically cut his escape route completely. All those slows are also quite irritating, and now without the Shen, without the jungler, absolutely no chance to steal this Baron. Unless, a miracle play, maybe a Mega Inferno, maybe together with a Wind Slash, they are going to be attempting to do so. Fennel just grouping up over this BR cliff, but still unsuccessful in that steal.
Yeah, and Weibo, they're just going to start to pick this game apart. Fennel, they've lost every single objective. They've lost every single fight. Except for, that one way they got that one pick, but then still the Lucian got sniped out. Oh my god! That minion just gave away the ward, and now Fennel, they have to leave.
They have to leave.
That was a little bit funny. That push is warded, then nobody swept it, and yeah, Fennel, they're getting chased down back to their base by a Gragas of all things.
I mean, Wake Up has been tracking them down for the entirety of the game, and whenever you see him chasing down one person on the side of Fennel, you know there is going to be incoming gap. Top side, that is an almost for Ryuken. Still going to be able to escape, I believe, unless there's something that Big is going to be doing. Needles actually doing damage enough to take him down, as they got the tower here in the mid lane as well as the bottom lane. Everyone just dying. Weibo Gaming obliterating Fennel as they take all outer turrets and inner turrets here in this entirety of the game. That's a dive here by the Zed. Faye going to be making an outplay onto Acker. Nice stasis, but Weibo Gaming, they just want to end this game right now. They throw in the first blow. FL now in the back end.
Yeah, Fennel, they can still make it in this game, but it has just been incredibly difficult. In this match, they can still make it in the match. They can definitely reverse sweep, but it is just so incredibly difficult given what Weibo has already shown. I mean, man. What an insane first game. we were really hyping up Final Adversity because, you know, we know them. We know what they're capable of.
Yeah.
It's just that they didn't know what Weibo Gaming is capable of. Yes, they did lose their first match, but the fire has been lit under Weibo Gaming right now.
I mean, this is Weibo Gaming. They're one of the most competitive teams on the side of ASEAN Conference. They know how to maneuver in this game. They know how to set trap. Particularly this Gen might actually be a trap there of Weibo Game, letting it out open, and then Weibo Game just going to this lineup. We talked about the capability of this lineup during the pick and bans, early game aggression, and Vic being the one in the Baron lane, just having a big influence as Fennel actually tried to bully him, but with the help of Wake Up, actually was very safely farming, getting his items, and when they decided to fight, they're the ones who are most ready. And FL was a little bit scattered in some of the instances in the game, and Weibo Gaming just simply countered them out, picked them off, get some kills, on and on and on, and then just had this consistent of a lead all throughout the game. Definitely a massive performance here by Weibo Gaming. And FL, if they want to turn the tides around in the series, it's gonna take a lot for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that is what we call a snowball gang. Look at that gold graph. It was a little bit even all the way up until, I think, 5 minutes, I think, is when the turn started from Weibo Gaming.
After the first objective, that's when Weibo Gaming actually stepped on the gas pedal and never let go of it. It has been a consistent lead Weibo Gaming has been getting. Gee, those smokes coming in from him was so massive in this game. The shock blast from Faye as well, and the playmaking potential of Wake Up in the entirety of the game. This might be a difficult series for Fennel. In this game, we haven't seen any signs of coming back for Fennel. Any resistance at all. Every intention of Fennel was completely cut off by Weibo Gaming.
They were just read back and forth. Every single play that they tried to make, Weibo was ready for it. Every single play that Weibo made, you know, Fennel looked like they were unprepared. So with that comparison, I don't know what Fennel can cook up in the next one. I mean, all they gotta do is, you know, clear your mind, pretend this game didn't happen, and then reset your mental, go into the next game with a fresh perspective, and then try to, you know, figure out your mistakes, what you did wrong in the first game, and then correct that and go harder in the next one, because that's the only way that they're going to make it to a game 3, because Weibo has just been so incredibly clean.
Definitely a clean performance coming in from them. They want to redeem themselves. That is intentionally of Weibo Gaming, especially after their loss against JDG. They want to prove themselves right this time, correct the path, and set things straight here for this tournament. And they are slowly doing it right now in the series. One step away from landing their first series victory. Fennel, if they want to stop them and to be the ones this time to win their first series in this tournament, then they have to really surprise Weibo Gaming. I've been given information that Revenga is going to be having a bit of a surprise for us, or Fennel is going to be having a big surprise for us. This is the time to pull it off if ever they do want to win against Weibo Gaming. MVP going to be Chi with massive amount of performance, and also the piercing arrows are just so I don't know, I have no words for it. Just so irritating. For sure, you will become a victim if ever you get connected with that piercing arrow.
Absolutely. So I think they're going to have to ban out Varus to just get a little bit safer in the next game. You know, Final Diversity definitely have a very long way to go here, a high mountain to climb, but it's not impossible. We have seen these comebacks happen before. It's just not very common. But with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to game number 2, Weibo Gaming versus Final Diversity, after a very short break. So stick around and don't turn off the screen.
to oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging. Just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin. Cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I have you all. Don't wanna be good for something. If my life is a blur, tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac.
Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You are still watching the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. My name is GG. With me is Giyang Gaming, and we may be watching the last game of the day here. Fennel Adversity is on the ropes against Weibo Gaming. This is game number 2 in match number 3.
That is a massive statement to say, but it is understandable. Weibo Gaming had such a dominating game in that game number 1. Fennel tried their very best to resist the forces, make some plays, take some kills against Weibo Gaming, but they're simply being read here across the board, across the map, their intentions, and it's just so difficult for them to come back in game number 1. Maybe
Absolutely.
in this game number 2 they will have a plan again.
Yeah, I mean, they do need to have a better game plan going into game number 2, because honestly, the execution of Weibo Gaming's composition was just another level, and Fennel was in the last game. So let's get into the picks and bans, see what they prioritize. Still the Senna, not gonna be seen. Play here, definitely a very decent champion, especially if Aatrox is going through, which he is not either. So very, very common priority bans here in the first round. And interestingly enough, Aatrox I think has 100% pick ban for something.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This champion is so useful in team fights, so good in scaling, and you would really want him to serve in the front line and do some damage in the entirety of a team fight. In Weibo Gaming, you don't want to give that champion towards him, especially if it's handed over to Fan or Faye. It's going to be a disaster for Fennel. Now Zoe remains open. Let's see if Weibo Gaming this time will pick it up, given that it's not banned away. Shen as well has been let out open here by Weibo Gaming, knowing that it's knowing that they did try it out in the previous game, Fennel, but it did not turn out great in the results of that. Given that Camille as well is open, might as well just take it away here for Weibo Gaming. That is a big pick.
I mean, Camille getting first pick here for Weibo Gaming. Incredibly solid champion here. I mean, we've seen how Camille can pretty much take over the Baron lane and just snowball game there, especially when up against champions such as Jack or even a Jace if Camille gets the right engage on, if he gets the right opportunity to snowball. So Battle Adversity, they will be Jace. He'll take the Galio as well. Interesting to get the Galio and not the Nautilus anymore that they did have priority over in the first game. But Zoe, now this is going to be very interesting for Weibo Gaming, because that Zoe has been such a key performer in a lot of the matches that we've seen where she has been picked.
They can also maybe pick up the Nautilus here if they want to really prioritize single target takedowns. And yup, Weibo Gaming is gonna go at it. You have the Hexectomatum, you have the Sleepy Trouble Bomb, and you have the depth charge after the dredge line. If you're gonna be a target here of Weibo Gaming, you are not gonna be able to escape at all once you get hit by any sort of ability of Weibo Gaming. Fennel gonna be banking down on AoE damage. Yeah, Ribbon is gonna do a lot of work, especially in synergy with the Galio and the Jace. But maybe they would want to pick up something like a Ziggs as well later on, if it is gonna be allowed here by Weibo Gaming, because we aren't going down towards the second banning phase again.
Yeah, and I mean, already the Zed getting taken out. They have a lot of faith in Ryu can keep him on that Ribbon. I mean, Riven is a pretty strong champion, but I wouldn't say that she has a lot more priority than something like, say, a Jax. Even though, you know, Jax has not had the best showing overall in this tournament so far. Riven is a little bit on the same side. I mean, against a Camille, it should work. Riven does have a lot of ways to get out of Camille's pressure. However, Weibo Gaming gonna be on the warpath, and they're very, very clean. You know, I don't think that Ryukin should be able to outduel Pick as long as Wake Up and Arisen are gonna be there. You know, while they roam over to the Baron lane. So the ban's gonna be coming out as well. Varus and Lucian taken out. They don't want anybody to compete for the poking to Zoe. Other than maybe the Ziggs. But Olaf being banned out there, I think that is kind of a target ban onto Fan.
So, Weibo Gaming gonna be removing Acker's Lucian instead in this game. And will be allowing the Ziggs to be open. But Fan actually gonna be looking into the locks. This is the first time we are gonna be seeing it as of this tournament. Though we do see this champion quite a lot in both APAC and CN Conference tournaments. And I think this is going to help FL in terms of not only global presence and wave clear, but also in those single target pickoffs. The light binding and Arisen has a big responsibility later on, Danny, to fully utilize this champion. And
Absolutely.
if you're going to be able to land in your light binding onto anyone, look at the crowd control chain that FL can actually get as well here. You have the light binding, you have the stuns coming in from the Riven, and you have 3 crowd control coming in from the Galio. So in terms of team fighting, FL actually has a big chance, but look at the response of Weibo Gaming. Late game scaling Jax, and once you get isolated, even for a split second, you're gonna get picked off by the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot, if you're Idle, you cannot afford to lose track of that Kha'Zix. This bug is going to be a huge problem in the hands of Fan. So, you know, even with the Lux, you know, even if she does hit the light binding onto the Kha'Zix, if he's already in the air, if he's already jumping, he's already buffering his Q and his W. So that could still spell a lot of damage onto Danny, onto Aker, onto Trevor if they do if they're not able to keep track of the Kha'Zix. However, this is gonna be a pretty interesting thing in the mid and jungle. It will be a Jace jungle and a Wukong mid lane, which, you know, you would expect Wukong in the jungle and Jace in mid lane, but Fennel have different ideas when it comes to the meta here.
I actually love this composition coming in from Fennel. They did bank in on all crowd control here for this particular game, and they have tools to actually negate the engage coming in from Weibo Gaming. Because yeah, we complemented Weibo Gaming's single target pick off capability with the Hextech Ultimatum, with the CP Trouble Bubble, and with the combination here of the skills of the Nautilus. But it's all single target. If they make a single mistake, Fennel can actually pile on them with every single member engaging AoE damage, AoE crowd control, and massive amount of aggression. That is basically what Fennel is saying right now. If you make a mistake, we're gonna go all in on Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and on the same side, Weibo Gaming, they're like, all right, we don't want to make mistakes, and we are going to pick champions that we can play safe with and just kind of farm up, scale up, and then when we get to the late game, you are going to feel it. But they are already starting in the early game. Chi and Wake Up getting very frosty here, although Chi is getting incredibly low. Daddy and Arisen are no match for Wake Up and Chi here.
Yeah, that was a nice dodge coming in actually there from Chi. Flashing away, almost getting picked off actually there by the skill of Danny. And in the mid lane, we might see another rotation coming in from Wake Up. He has been that player on the side of Weibo Gaming who consistently make plays all throughout the map, enabling these members of Weibo Gaming Vic so far is having a really good time in the top lane. And oh no! Danny might actually be in trouble. One more auto attack. That's going to be first blood by Weibo Gaming again.
Yeah, that was a very, very timely solo kill there. Well done. That Zoe is going to start to scale. Now Vic, I think, is going to bait a dive here. Wake Up is there to keep him safe. Oh, Ryukin just barely dodging out, barely getting the back off. Ooh, that would have been pretty scary, but let's take a look at that first blood. Because Chi was very low as well.
So Danny wanted to clear. Cooldown spells, that is unfortunate. No light binding, and well, since the Sleepy Trouble bubble connected, no more ability. And just one ability being on cooldown led to a disastrous start there by Danny. And now Weibo Gaming is just again trying to get their momentum going, trying to get the engine running for this team. Just a sponge. Horizon not going to be connecting here as Weibo Gaming is created to space. So far, it's still, I mean, despite that unfortunate mishap from Danny, it's not really a big lead that Weibo Gaming has gotten over the course of the minutes. The FL actually was able to catch up again and just equalize the goal as much as possible.
Yeah, it is still equal, as equal as it can be. But it's still definitely Fennel who's feeling the pressure right now, especially after that first game. I don't know if they'll be, you know, really aggressing onto Weibo Gaming, even though their composition kind of demands it. Trevor and Arisen here trying to go for something in the top lane maybe, but Fan is going to be there and they did not see him.
Here comes Fan. Trevor as well is going to be joining the fray as now Ryukin is going to be flashing away. Here comes reinforcement coming in from Weibo Gaming. The Hexic Ultimatum close to the tower is going to do it for Weibo Gaming. You go onto us, we're going to send out more people.
Yeah, and well, that was just Weibo Gaming calling out Metal adversity after Metal trying to be a little bit more proactive. They were a little bit too aggressive, I think.
A bit overzealous, actually. Yeah, this is how it actually happened. So unfortunate for Fennel. Another fight in the top lane. This time, there is a good response. Horizon gets that kill. And Ryukin stays alive. That is the hero play that you want Horizon to be making in this game.
Very much play. And that is a start for Fennel if they want to win this game. However, it is still not enough to even up the lead. So I think we are going to be going for a little bit of a longer game. I mean, oh my God, Aker so far the wall already. Wake Up there too.
Yeah, the moment we saw Wake Up, and well, Aker immediately fell back, up in the clone, and just skedaddles out. Fennel knowing how to avoid these aggressive plays from Weibo Gaming this time. This is actually a good sign coming from them, because even if, yeah, there is the scaling from the Zoe, from the Camille, and from the Jack, same goes here for Fennel. And they're going to be banking on this AoE damage and AoE crowd control that they have. The only thing they need to be careful of is the side lane control that is going to be enabled later on for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and Weibo, they definitely have better side lane control, better wave clear as well. And they even have better objective control right now with the Jack. I think he was doing the Rift Herald there. And now with the Dragon being started here by what can Weibo actually do? They have
charge
on Wake Up.
That is a big damage. Already a big win here for Fennel. They are going to be finding this is the crowd control that we have been talking about earlier. They're going to be able to escape though. Especially with that portal as well. Aker trying to survive but will not. But they will get that trade here on to Chi. Unsuccessful in getting the dragon though, as the Wukong is still not alive. So Fennel will just be happily disengaging after winning that fight. That is a good engage actually coming in from Fennel. It was just really important that Acker that one auto attack. That was just one auto attack. I think it came from the Dragon as well. I'm not so sure. But Chi has been consistent in landing those battle stars actually to members of Fennel. He is the big problem here in terms of the poke. Dredgeline gonna be connected. Here comes Big as well, right, and trying to escape. Justice punches away. But oh, that's a nice knock-up actually here. Towards Ryugen has to fall back. Big damage again coming in from Chi. On the other side, Acker might actually be in trouble as Faye casts in that Hexic ultimatum. He has the clone, but only hookshot is enough to actually close the distance once again. Faye as well is here, and uh-oh, one more slow. Make that an auto attack. Cycle actually gonna be used, but yeah, that is quite unfortunate. Fight after fight on all sides. Vic almost actually gets taken down.
So much action. Vic still running for his life. He's going to be able to heal up and he's going to be able to get out of there. Fennel, they are kind of desperate, man. They're doing desperation plays right now.
I mean,
and Weibo, they are not... yeah, they're not responding to these desperation plays like Fennel would want. I mean, they're trying, but Weibo is just saying, yo, we're clean. We don't need to be desperate. We are clean.
Oh yeah. I think Weibo Gaming recognizes the potential of Fennel, but here, another time, 4 versus 2, Big gets absolutely obliterated by that shock blast, and they can actually position it into a tower. Weibo Gaming has no answers for now, since most of them actually went on a reset.
Yeah, that's the first tower of the game for Fennel. They are clawing their way back slowly but surely. 5-5. They're keeping even in the kill score. But in terms of gold, it is still Weibo's game. That's funny because they're Weibo Gaming. It's Weibo's game.
Well, I mean, Fennel's actually doing wonders right now. They're down 3,000 gold though, so that is gonna be a bit of a problem for them, as Weibo Gaming has been quite consistent in resource taking. That is a nice joke point though. Coming in, Faye, no escape path anymore, as Fennel completely punishes his lack of vision in that area. Wake up as well. Uh-oh, Justice Punch. That charge is gonna be used though on through the Jace, and Trevor completely dissipates to win after Chi blows him up with that paddle star. Chi, definitely a big issue here for Fennel. They might get engaged upon here. Fan is waiting for one of them to be isolated actually. That's a slow from the smite. Dredgeline as well gonna be connected, but here comes Acker as well, bursting out. This Kazik, here comes the Justice Punch. Wake up, well, is about to get slapped, but will be able to escape. Final spot, missing by an inch. As Weibo Gaming still survives, Chi just chasing them down right now. Ooh, almost a big burst towards Acker.
Just barely getting just barely keeping himself alive by dodging out that final spark. I mean, how can you, how can you be more cinematic? But that Zoe, they need to take her down, because the more fed that Zoe gets, that she gets, the less Fennel is going to want to fight here, the less they're going to need to fight in the late game, because the avenues that, okay, let's look though, Ryu can get taken on very low. There's going to be a fight over in the Baron Pit.
They are going to be trying to contest here. I mean, Weibo Gaming has to keep up to do so. They are up against them still. They're still the ones dictating the flow of this game. And Fennel is the one trying to get a good angle against Weibo Gaming. The paddle stars, man, it's just becoming so irritating here. Has to go to meet them on the other side, as Tanukin has to go back towards the base. Uh-oh, they get trouble bubble. Here comes Hexic as well. Now, Acker will be forced to go back, and that will give the RH here towards Weibo Gaming such clean execution.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking about their execution already earlier, and this kind of proves that they are on another level than Fennel at the moment. I mean, it's nothing against Fennel. We know that they're good. It's just that at this moment, Weibo seems to be better.
There seemed to be a pause initiated here. So I think they are going to be addressing a bit of a concern here on the side of Bijinsekai. Actually, that is the pronunciation of this name. Just quite difficult to actually do so. Beijing Chika. So hard to do it. Yeah. That's why we kind of settled for big.
Alright. Yeah, it is a very long name to be abbreviated into big. Beijing Sika. I guess that is the Mandarin transliteration of the English letters, but it's easier to say. Big. It's nothing against the player. It's just it sounds unnatural on our heathen tongues. So I think we're gonna stick with big.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming as a whole as well, has been very stable in this game. To think that they are already on match point, Fennel has been trying multiple times to come back. In this game, it is getting quite close. But Weibo Gaming has been consistent in remaining at the very top. Still maintaining gold lead, still the one making the pressure, putting on the pressure against Fennel. Even just in that last fight, it wasn't even a fight. It's basically just a dance
massacre
around this. No, not before that. Actually, it was a dance around the Rift Herald in which Weibo Gaming was able to basically win a potential fight without even having to deal with the fight. Just because she was landing those paddle stars and just forcing Fennel to fully give that objective up. That is how big of a pressure Weibo Gaming is building right now against Fennel, and she has been everywhere,
yes,
making the impact, landing those paddle stars, and it's just so unfortunate that Danny struggled against him earlier.
Yeah, it is just a little bit difficult for Danny at the moment because his battle stars are on point. His sleepy trouble bubbles have been finding their targets for the most part, especially when it is important. So, okay, so as I say that, he completely misses that one against the sleepy trouble bubble onto where you can, but no follow up. Now, Fennel University gonna try to look for a death rush, but they don't know it's warranted.
They will know. They do know though that Fennel is in that area after she fought someone out with a sleepy trouble bubble. And now with the Mountain Dragon, is gonna be a little bit more difficult to actually take down, but Weibo Gaming still has the tools to actually do so. I like what Fennel is doing. They are grouping up. They want a cheeky engage. Here comes the cycle and the multiple flash just to take down Chi, to take down the primary target, and this will allow Weibo Gaming to be collapsed. Now you don't have any damage from your magic mage, and Fennel, they want to commit on this dragon. They're being sandwiched from all four sides. And what is the path here for Fennel? Do you take the dragon? Do you actually reach on to wake up? They do try, but they're being zoned away still here by Weibo Gaming. This is going to be a high pressure situation for them. Tactical sweep into the engage here by Wake Up. That's the burst. Final spark doing work here onto Faye, but still insufficient. Fan is getting the reset, getting the damage done. But Fennel is still trying to fight back. They leave the vicinity. They're already happy with the dragon, but Fan continues to reset and rain upon Fennel. Weibo Gaming, despite not having Chi, still completely massacres Fennel in a fight.
I mean, that was Fan through and through, man. They didn't have Chi, so the Kazakhs had to step up, and he got multiple resets in that fight. But the rest of Weibo Gaming just kind of held down the fort, and now they are knocking on the inhibitor towers. The bottom one's already gone. The middle one is already gone. Arizen's not going to be able to defend that for much longer, so Faye's going to get out of there. The rest of Fennel have already respawned. So now Weibo Gaming, they can just reset and wait for the late pressure to build, and then they can go for a Baron where they can challenge Fennel University in a 5v5.
Here we see the replay of that. Such good coordination coming in for Weibo Gaming. To think that that was a 4 versus 5, everything was funneled through towards Faye. But look at Fan getting the reset after getting 1 kill on the Fennel. He just jumps on and on and on and on and on to the members of Fennel, assassinating them one by one. And it's just so difficult for Fennel to escape because simply Weibo Gaming has got every escape route and blocked it away.
Absolutely, man. Weibo, they don't want Fennel to get away from this, and already they are feeling the pressure. They have to keep special attention on that top lane because that turret is not long for this world, for the side of Fennel, and this could be the stranglehold that Weibo Gaming needs. Even though Fennel did a magnificent job, a very admirable job of keeping this game even for the most part, even with the kill score just barely being in Weibo's favor with 10-8. Look at how big the gold lead already is. The macro from Weibo Gaming cannot understate it, and that Sleepy Trouble bubble, man, she has been absolutely insane on Zoe. I won't be surprised if he gets MVP for this match.
Oh yeah, I mean, massive impact. Absolutely. Big player here, playmaker on the side of Weibo Gaming. And Fennel, they're still, you know, trying to find this groove in this game. It's not the end of the world. This is still Fennel. They're more than capable of turning the tides around. It's just that it's so difficult right now in this game. The biggest obstacle has always been Chi. And then follows the rest of the members here of Weibo Gaming. Fan a while ago definitely popped off the best way he can and the most that he is actually needed. And Fennel did not expect that to be happening. Now with the Baron dance, Weibo Gaming is actually going on towards Horizon. This might be very difficult. Here comes Akados with a Cyclone. Lots of AoE damage and the crack control being thrown out here by Fennel. They get the kill onto Faye. Who is gonna be the next target? Wake Up being in the front line. Fando goes to win the reset again! But
look at the Nexus!
Has other plans. Beijing Sika will go into the Nexus, almost actually ending the game here for Fennel. But on the other side, she got another kill onto Trevor. That is quite unfortunate for the jungler of Fennel. And this Baron is up for the taking.
This is just absolutely insane from Weibo Gaming. They were like, alright, we're just gonna look for this. Look at this Nexus! It's going to be so many Baron-powered minions. And then Bejinsuka going to end the game. The counter-strike. There's nothing that Fennel can do. There were two members there, and they couldn't stop him. It's going to be Weibo Gaming taking down Fennel 2-0. Absolute dominance shown in both matches.
Absolutely a dominating game and even a faster game of Weibo Gaming. Game number 1 was ended in 19 minutes. It was a dominating one, but Fennel was able to stall it out for so long. This time, Weibo Gaming was just so massive in this game. Definitely. Yeah. And Chi was a big factor, big obstacle. The mandatory selfie is required. And a while ago, you know, Beijing Sika just ended that game as well. Just became you know, impatient. Let's just end this game and allow us to finally secure their first series win. They lost 2-0 against JDG, but this time they came back 2-0 against Fennel.
Absolutely. That was such a wake-up call for Fennel. An amazing match for Weibo Gaming. They were able to show what they got, because they did lose. We mentioned this. They did lose their first match against JDG with a 2-0, but that just got to lit the fire under them. You know, they took that loss and didn't take it personally. They were like, all right, what can we do to secure a win in the next match? And they did what they had to, and they played an absolutely choking game. Both games against Fennel. It almost felt like, you know, they were slowly squeezing at the life force of Fennel, and it was absolutely masterful to watch. And I hope that Fennel, you know, they got some lessons from that, because definitely they will need it going into the rest of this league, knowing how competitive all of the other teams are.
Absolutely. And I mean, it was still a nice try coming in from Fennel. It's just their first game. And like all the other teams that suffered their first loss in this tournament, they still have chances. This is still a long 10-week tournament that you have a lot of chances to prove yourself that you're more than capable to be in the top spot to qualify for playoffs. Fennel suffered their first defeat. But similar to Weibo Gaming, they can lose their first release and then come back with a 2-0 to swing back the favor into their side in their next game. I mean, it is still possible. I mean, you're just testing the water here for the meantime.
We could, have like a train of lose 0-2, win 2-0, lose 0-2, win 2-0 with
even
Fennel.
KBG lost their first series against Nova Esports, but then
they
came
won.
back.
They won.
Yeah, against Thunder Talk.
So just because you lose your first game doesn't mean it's all over. Doesn't mean that you are going to, be lower on the power rankings. Definitely, Fennel still has a lot of respect on their name. They were just kind of outplayed and outmatched here against Weibo Gaming, and it wasn't really their fault. Weibo Gaming just played a better game.
Absolutely, such a clean game. Even Baden Seka for a bit had a really fantastic time in the side lanes. Even ended the game for the side of Weibo Gaming, and this one, man, just a monster on this Kha'Zix. The timing is so good coming from his side. She as well dealing massive amount of damage with the paddle stars, just completely massacring everyone that comes in this path, comes into his range. Whenever someone gets hit by the sleepy little bubble, it's almost a dead person already.
I mean, it was so oppressive to just get tagged by a paddle star and then have to get out of there, have to get out the fight, and you can't participate anymore because if you get sleepy trouble bubbled, it's over for you. And that's happened like a couple times, and that Zoe definitely might become a respect ban in the future against Weibo Gaming. I mean, Zoe already is a high priority champion, high priority on the ban list, but I think against Weibo Gaming, against he specifically, people are going to have to take note that Zoe is not something that you should leave open.
Oh yeah, I mean, Zoe, Camille, all those champions actually was prioritized here by Weibo Gaming. We did saw a lot of fantastic plays. Faye was just confidently going in all the time. She as well being comfortable going 1v1 against Danny. And that just poses a lot of comfort here on the side of Weibo Gaming. When they do get their champions, when they do get their group, they will be an unstoppable team. And that was proven here in this game, in this series. She being the MVP definitely is just an absolute beast on this Zoe. And nobody was safe whenever he's around.
Absolutely. It almost felt like, watching Jaws. Whenever you see she
back-to-back MVP too.
Exactly, back-to-back MVP as well. And he was just like, whenever you couldn't see him on the when Fennel didn't have vision of him, you were just like, oh no, what is he gonna do now? Who's he going to paddle star now? Yeah, that was a very scary proposition for Fennel to go up against. But these are the results of today's matches. A little bit of a quick day. We got the reverse sweep from Invade from Bangkok against Team Flash. We got EDG's 2-0 against OMG, but those took quite a bit because they played such clean games. And finally, Weibo Gaming just absolutely mopping the floor with Fennel in a very scalding 2-0, and that how today's games have shaken out. Let's take a look at the standings here.
Yep, EDG sitting comfortably at the very top. So far, they have been the most consistent team, positively on the side of the CN Conference. EDG and JT, Nova Esports, WBG sitting a little bit together on the second spot. KBG just has landed their second victory just yesterday, and the rest follows here. WBG, OMG, and the rest just finding their groove, I guess, in this game. I think it's going to be a little bit troubling for Thunder Talk, especially that they have yet to see their first win
Yeah.
But it's still, I mean, 10 weeks. 10 weeks in the regular group stage. You still have a lot of games to follow here for every single member to see on confidence. Same as the APAC region. So far, the Philippine region will suffer their first defeat on the side of Fennel. But Nigma Galaxy and Naos will still remain at the top alongside with INV Esports. And our INV had such a beautiful game actually against Team Flash.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Flash and Cerberus Esports, we didn't expect to see them this low in the standings after week 1. We would have expected to see them with, at least a win to start things off. But this is just kind of the first week, guys. There really haven't been all too many games. Only KT Roaster has really gotten more than one match up their sleeves. So, these ratings can be shaken up very, very quickly. Speaking of, we may be shaking up a little bit more with Nigma Galaxy from Pasay and Buriram United Esports going to be coming in tomorrow at 4 p.m. Rare Atom and TE coming in at 6 p.m. And Naos versus Cerberus Esports. It's going to be a very, very hype match tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Definitely something to look forward to. Another match here for the Philippine region. Another chance for Rare Atom to finally get their first win. Praise Esports as well. And Cerberus Esports. Let's see if they are going to be able to pick up their first win. And our Nigma Galaxy and Naos in their attempt to remain consistent in their win streak. And it has been a really nice day, nonetheless. And I believe we haven't that much suffered any technical difficulties. So hopefully this will continue over the course of time. It has been quite, challenging due to the
a lot of circumstances. Out of our control. But we made it through. It was a little bit rough at the start, but it got better as time went on. Hopefully tomorrow is the same story, And with that being said, this has just been another day of some insane Wild Rift. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I hope you guys rooted for your teams and supported them in the comments sections. And I hope you guys tune in tomorrow as well. Any last words do you have? Before we go.
Well, it has been a wonderful run. See you again tomorrow. Of course, this has been the WRL 8 2023 Season 1. G10 and I will be seeing you again tomorrow.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.